Pet. Gagi. Alam mo, napaniginipan ko siya.
Siya mismo?
Oo. Sobrang pangit eh. Sobrang init siguro. Paniginipan ko na parang may maliit na sunog sa bahay ko. Tapos like, ewan ko ba't yung solusyon ko. Ewan ko ba't alam ko nasa sala siya. Sabi ko, sana may kalokohan akong ginawa sa kwarto. Parang may aksidente akong like set on fire, gano'n. Tapos sabi ko, ano ba ako? Bake yan! Bake yan! Bake yan! Tapos like, kasi niya ako pinapansin. Parang nag-diaryo siya or something. Tapos sa sunog, tapos alam mo ito, nagising na ako bago masunog yung bahay.
Check. 1, 2. Testing.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Good morning. We are pleased that you can join us for the 5th Sociology and Anthropology Undergraduate Research Conference with the theme Experience, Entanglements, and Understandings of the Social. From morning until afternoon, we will be hearing 8 groups of presenters. At this point, we call on Dr. Enrique Nino Piliviste, Director of Institute of Philippine Culture and Associate Professor of the Department of Sociology and Anthropology for the opening remark.
Thank you, Art. Dr. Jose Joel CANUDAY and esteemed colleagues of the Ateneo de Manila Department of Sociology and Anthropology and the School of Social Sciences, Dr. Marcos Yalcita Garrido of the University of Chicago and distinguished guests, AB Sociology and Social Sciences students and panelists joining us on-site and online. Good morning and welcome to the 5th Sociology and Anthropology Undergraduate Research Conference. Today we gather under the theme of experiences, entanglements, and understandings of the social, a theme that attempts to encapsulate the very essence of our disciplines. In the intricate web of human existence, our experiences shape us, our entanglements with society define us, and our understandings of the social and cultural fabric guide us. Throughout history and across cultures, the interplay of individual lives within broader social contexts has been a source of fascination, inquiry, and enlightenment. As we embark on this intellectual journey together, let us delve into the ways in which human experiences are woven into the intricate tapestry of society. Let us explore the entanglements that bind us to one another, to institutions, to cultures, and to power structures. And let us seek to deepen our understandings of the social dynamics that shape our world. Today, we celebrate the curiosity and passion of undergraduate researchers who, through their work, endeavor to offer fresh perspectives, challenge conventional wisdom, and illuminate the complexities of the human condition. Let us embrace the diversity of voices, methodologies, and topics represented here, recognizing that it is through this diversity that we gain a richer understanding of society and ourselves. More importantly, we are reminded through our conversations with undergraduate researchers today that sociology and anthropology serve as powerful lenses through which we can analyze and understand the root causes of societal issues, challenging dominant narratives and revealing the interconnectedness of social structures. By critically examining power dynamics, cultural norms, and historical contexts, these disciplines provide invaluable insights into how systemic injustices are perpetuated and sustained. Through their commitment to uncovering truths and amplifying marginalized voices, sociology and anthropology empower us to envision and enact radical social change, fostering communities of empathy, equity, and solidarity. I encourage you all to engage fully, to listen attentively, and to engage in thoughtful dialogue. May this conference be a space of inspiration, collaboration, and growth. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nino. Our keynote speaker for this year is an associate professor in sociology at the University of Chicago. His first book, The Patchwork City, was about social class and segregation in Metro Manila. He's currently writing on democracy and corruption in the Philippines. To inspire all of us in doing research, let's all welcome Dr. Marco Zialcita Garrido.
Maraming salamat. Salamat ninyo, Joel, and especially to the students. My only regret is that I can't be there in person. Maybe this summer when I go back. But I'm very happy and very honored to be invited to address you. I'm very eager to take this opportunity to speak to young sociologists and anthropologists in the Philippines. So what I'd like to do is, I've been told I have about 45 minutes. I prepared a presentation. I would like to present and leave time for questions, because I would very much like to hear your perspectives, your opinions, and to have some kind of discussion during my presentation. So let me see, can I share my screen? Can you hear me okay? Okay lang? Yes, okay. Let me see if I can share my screen. Okay, can you see that? Okay, good. All right. Magsimula tayo. Let's begin. Okay. For a long time, Philippine politics has been described using a series of, let's call it, bad words. And you're familiar with these words, I'm sure. At one point in time, most of these words were what we might call cultural. Palakasan, pakikisama, kamag-anak, even utang na loob were used to describe Philippine politics in unflattering or negative ways. Over time, in the past few decades in particular, the kind of words used to describe politics shifted to more structural words that denote institutions, government structures. And again, I imagine you're very familiar with these words. Words like patronage, political dynasties, weak state, elite democracy. So what I'd like to do today is really focus on the latter set of words, the structural bad words, and walk briskly through three very powerful accounts of Philippine politics, and then shift to a more critical register. Okay, so I imagine that you're familiar with a lot of these accounts, so that's why I'm going to move quickly, but I want to give you a sense of what I mean when I say bad words, and why it's important. So back in the 1960s, Carla wrote a book really interested in how Philippine politics is different from politics in the United States. So he was an American student doing his dissertation work in the Philippines, and he had in mind, of course, US politics. But he was fascinated by Philippine politics. And in his famous book, he concluded that Philippine politics is indeed very different. And he boiled these differences to two, let's call them kind of structural aspects. One, the basic political unit is not political parties, like in the United States and Europe, but factions. Second, these factions are knit together by patron-client ties. And so he described pyramids made of pyramids, smaller pyramids, building up bigger pyramids, reaching all the way down from localities all the way up to the national state. He pointed out, and this is still true today, that party programs were largely identical, party memberships very fluid, and party switching, balimbing, quite rampant, as opposed to the more programmatic politics that he was familiar with in the United States. You have these two programmatic political parties divided ideologically. The logic of Philippine politics seemed more personalistic, right? I'm sure this is familiar to us. He described this party system as pre-modern compared to the United States and Europe. And the closest analogies for him were England in the 19th century, or the United South and the American South, 50 years ago, right? So here's another one. Some decades later, Al McCoy wrote another well-known book called An Anarchy of Families. And here the structure that matters, the structural bad word, is of course oligarchy. But I want to call attention to how he framed his investigation. So what the question was, the answer of course is oligarchy, but the question, is a very particular one pertaining to a particular moment in time. So he writes in the preface of the revised, of the re-edited version of Anarchy of Families. The puzzle, of course, is why some societies, such as the so-called Asian tiger economies, have succeeded in experiencing more substantial economic growth than the Philippines, despite equally pervasive rent seeking. So what explains it? So note that he's comparing, he's comparing the Philippines to its neighbors in the region. And he's saying, why aren't we growing as quickly? Why isn't the Philippines growing as quickly as South Korea, as Taiwan, as Singapore, as these other places? His answer, of course, is oligarchy, what we might refer to today as political dynasties. So this answer provides both, the answer addresses both questions of identity and continuity. Identity, insofar as Philippine politics comes to be defined in terms of dynasties or identified with dynasties, but also continuity. He traces the power of these families across a century and suggests that in some ways, they're the problem with Philippine politics. And he paints a very particular picture. So, here he is writing in the 1990s. I call this picture a Philippine War, right? It's a very stylized, almost fatalistic picture. And so he writes, with a weak middle class, Philippine politics has become a stagnant balance between an entrenched oligarchy and an impoverished mass whose votes are often bought cheaply with cash. So once again, I can imagine this is familiar to you, these pictures. One more, and that's weak state. And there are a number of scholars who write on this, Benedict Anderson, Paul Hutchcroft, who I'm using, to some extent John Siddell also. But let's think about Hutchcroft's account. So he roots the weak state in a process of early state formation during the American colonial period. Right? And so a weak state for him is a particular structure. So like McCoy, he points to the primacy of these outside economic interests, to an oligarchy, but more importantly, to a particular logic, right? The institutionalization of a particular logic in that early period of state formation. The logic is first plunder with respect to the state and its resources or rent seeking, and second, patronage with respect to the electorate. And overall, he describes a bureaucracy prey to political and societal interests. And again, comparison matters here, or contrast. This weak state that he describes is very different, in fact, the opposite of a strong and developmental state. And again, like McCoy, he's thinking about the Asian tigers, right? So in some ways, he's proceeding from the same puzzle. He's framing the question similarly. Right? And he presents an equally dismal picture of Philippine politics. So he writes elsewhere, government is an abstraction, an alienated entity whose only palpable dimension is the episodic patronage dispensed by bosses and politicians, which mostly reinforces the poor's real condition of dependence. So again, dismal, stylized, right? And a picture that I imagine is familiar to us, no? So I want to make a very important but perhaps subtle distinction. First, I want to say that I owe a lot to these accounts. They really shaped my thinking, and I do think that they describe aspects of Philippine reality relatively well. Right? That said, I also want to point out that they've become symbolically powerful models of Philippine politics. And when I say that, I mean that we're led to see them, these accounts, as definitive descriptions of politics, or more precisely, we're led to see politics through them. They shape the way we think about politics. So they're not just descriptions of some aspect of reality. They've become symbols for Philippine politics itself. They work like a mental vice. A vice is like a clamp. It squeezes, and they lead us to conceive politics in narrow and negative terms. And that's really where I'm directing my criticism. Like I said, I do think they have merit. They get a slice of reality. But I'm particularly critical of the power they've acquired and how they shape the way we see politics in the Philippines. I think this is problematic. So, what's interesting is if you look at the literature, the history of this literature, these scholars, Hutchcroft, McCoy, Siddell later on, they turned to structure because they found the cultural approaches essentializing and fatalistic. There's only so much you can do about utang na loob, for instance, or strong family ties. So they wanted to root political dysfunction in institutional structures. We have to ask, though, are these structural accounts any different, any less essentializing and fatalistic? They describe Philippine politics in negative terms. And these terms structure how we understand politics, right? So factions, not parties, families, not individuals, oligarchy, not democracy, a weak versus a strong state. These models leave us stuck, I think, in a kind of theoretical purgatory. So let me give you an example of being stuck. So an article came out about 20 years ago by Rose and Shin, and it's perfectly consistent with, say, Hutchcroft's analysis or McCoy's analysis. The argument there, and to be clear, Rose and Shin are talking about developing countries or quote unquote third world states in general, and not the Philippines particularly, but it could as well apply to the Philippines given, say, Hutchcroft's account. So Rose and Shin argue that these third world countries democratized too soon. They introduced elections when they should have been enhancing the power of bureaucracy, say. So now it's too late to modernize politically. So too soon, therefore too late. Now, the idea behind that notion is that there's a proper sequence to how things should go, to how modernization should happen. And that proper sequence is defined by the historical experience of the West. If you look at states in Europe and the United States, strong bureaucracies were introduced before universal suffrage, before the franchise was really widened. But in the Philippines, essentially what Hutchcroft is saying, and later Siddell, the opposite happened. Elections happened before there was a strong bureaucracy, and thus the bureaucracy lacked autonomy, it lacked insulation, and became prey to all these political and societal interests. But note the logic. Too soon, democratized too soon, and so now it's too late to modernize politically. What do you do with that? It feels fatalistic, right? It feels stuck in a kind of theoretical purgatory. So what I want to do now in the second part of my presentation is not just offer three criticisms, but really three ways of short-circuiting the symbolic power of these models. So rather than take these models for granted, here's how I'm suggesting we approach them. So first, I think it's important to recognize that they're partial. Now, to be fair, authors like McCoy and Hutchcroft acknowledge the partiality of their analyses. And in some ways, that's a kind of banal claim. All analyses are partial. But in some ways, the pictures I've just showed you are patently false. For instance, a weak middle class, as McCoy said, it's not true. It's not true. Government and abstraction, maybe for the middle class, but certainly not for the urban poor or for the lower middle class. Even if only through patronage, that's government intervention in a very palpable way for these groups. So I would hardly say that government is an abstraction at the local level. So these accounts, I think we can discount as patently false. Moreover, there's been other scholarship over the years that have focused on more bottom-up approaches rather than the top-down ones that I previewed. Bottom-up, also ethnographic approaches. And here's the very important work of Ben Kerkliet, Rasil Mojares, Michael Pinchas, and of course the IPC, the Institute of Philippine Culture at Ateneo, particularly the Vote of the Poor book and other volumes. Those qualitative studies do a very good job of getting at a complex and nuanced portraits of, say, how the urban poor vote, right? So first, criticism is to recognize the partiality of these models and to exploit those holes or those areas that they don't cover well. Second, we can also point out that these models are inappropriate, or at least the standard they invoke is inappropriate. And I hope you're familiar with it, but there was a debate in the Philippine Political Science Journal in the early 2000s, 2001 particularly, where the anthropologist Reynaldo Ileto took to task some of the people I talked about, including Lande and McCoy, as Orientalists. Now, Ileto's argument was first that Philippine politics tends to be evaluated in terms of the experience of the West or the Occident. So that's why it's Orientalist. In other words, the country is often viewed as a deviant case, the normative standard being that set by the West, right? So that's the essence of his Orientalism critique. And further, that this comparison is denigrating, right? Okay, so I think that's straightforward. I want to add something else to this criticism of these models being inappropriate, or at least the standard they invoke being inappropriate. We might also add that the normative standard, again, experience of the West, in some ways is really impossible to meet. So let me give you a concrete example. So from Lande all the way to Hutchcroft to today, in fact, I read calls for a political reform in the Philippines, and that reform is programmatic political parties, institute programmatic political parties like in the United States, right? They follow set programs, they have particular agendas instead of parties being organized around persons. Anybody who knows the Philippines, anybody who knows Philippine politics knows that these calls are utterly utopian. They don't make sense in the context of the Philippines, given strong family ties, given what the Philippines looks like socially and culturally. This call for programmatic political parties is like asking a leopard to be a zebra, right? It just doesn't make sense. And so it's an impossible standard that the Philippines is being held to. And so in that respect, it's really inappropriate. On this last point about the standard being impossible, I wanna go back to an old argument, a very old argument where precisely this point was made. And that's O.D. Corpus's work in the 60s, throughout the 60s, where he really took issue with the Philippine democracy being described as a bad copy of Western democracy. So the phrase he used to diagnose this sense that we're not as good as was cultural hypochondria. And I'm going to let Corpus speak for himself because it's quite a brilliant article, in my view. And sometimes we think that these innovations in thought only happened more recently, but as early as the 1960s, Corpus himself is taking issue at the impossibility of these standards by which Philippine politics is judged. So Corpus writes that we have not yet presented the most mischievous implication of the view that Filipino political institutions are merely adulterated versions of alien institutions. The implication is that the standard for assessing or appraising Filipino political development must be an alien standard. If so, we will be forced to adjudge Filipino republicanism and democracy as imperfect imitations or even perverted copies of alien systems. And he goes on to say, this is ridiculous. Alien political systems evolved under unique cultural circumstances within a framework of definite historical givens and in answer to special ethnic and racial resources, capabilities, and purposes. We do not judge ourselves by the irrelevant idiosyncrasies, eccentricities, and even wishes of alien nations. Essentially, what Corpus is saying is that Philippine politics should be judged by Philippine social structure, in terms of Philippine society, in terms of Philippine culture, and not in terms of the historical experience of other countries, of foreign countries. And yet, in fact, that is what these models do. They take up this model to measure Philippine politics as negative, as a deviant case. Third criticism is that these models are outdated. And here, let me explain. Here, the point I want to make is to draw attention to the fact that these models are heuristics. They're constructions, they're particular interpretations that are informed by the circumstances at the time, right? So they're answers to questions that feel urgent at the time, using resources, scholarly and intellectual resources that are available at the time. And so to truly understand the model, you have to excavate the questions they're oriented to, the scholarly and intellectual resources that are available to them. You need to situate these models historically. So let me illustrate, okay? Let me illustrate what I mean by this historical approach to thinking about these models of Philippine politics. So let's take the oligarchy weak state model, so the McCoy-Hutchcroft model. It was elaborated sometime in the immediate post-EDSA period, so late 1980s through the 1990s. That's when these scholars really published their accounts of this oligarchy weak state. What was happening at the time? First, and perhaps most notably, a long economic recession beginning around the early 80s, 1982, and not really lifting until the early 2000s, to about 2002, 2003. So a very long economic recession. And at the same time, what's happening? You start to see the rise of Asian tigers in Southeast Asia and elsewhere. Meanwhile, the Philippines feels stuck economically during this period. Second, the middle class is in co-op or taking shape, especially in the late 80s and early 90s. It only starts to acquire form sometime in the mid 1990s and late 1990s. What's happening in the scholarship? First, this category of quote unquote, the third world state is a very prominent one. You have to understand that the people power revolution happened as part of the third wave of democratization in the 1980s. Along with third wave, that is, other countries were also democratizing. And the question was, how can democracy be consolidated? How can strong states be institutionalized? And so the tendency was to lump together all these third wave countries under this category third world state. So even me as a graduate student, I would pour through books that were about the third world state. That's what they were about. Not about this country or that country, maybe in the chapters, but the book itself, the category was simply the third world state, as if you could lump all of these states, whether in Latin America or in Africa or in Asia, together in one category. But it was a viable category at the time. And finally, and also importantly, the notion of liberal democracy was predominant. This is Fukuyama's thesis, the end of history. In other words, this liberal democracy represented a limit to people's imagination, particularly after the fall of the Berlin Wall, so the 1990s, particularly after the collapse of the Soviet Union. People felt that this was it. This was the only place you can go, right? This is what a good state, a strong state looks like. This is the only thing we can imagine. So these are the intellectual, social resources at the time. These are the circumstances at the time, this long economic recession. So it makes sense once you put these models in context, why these models evolved, because they're addressed to questions that are prominent, that are salient at the time historically. But today, what about the context today? And by today, I mean since around early to mid 2000s, right? So let's say the past 20 years. I think the context is different, radically different. First, believe it or not, the country has seen rapid economic growth, rocky, but rapid. If you look at the graphs put out by the World Bank and others, beginning in the early to mid 2000s, economic growth really started to take off. It dipped, of course, during COVID, but nonetheless, it's an uphill climb. The middle class is quite robust, right? It's impossible to deny. You look around you, I myself, back and forth in Manila over these last 20 years, the number of condominiums, of buildings being built, of enclaves or subdivisions, it's astounding. This category, analytical category of the third world state, it's defunct. No one uses it anymore. You'd be hard pressed to find a textbook or a book that uses this phrase, if not in quotes, to indicate a kind of embarrassment or reluctance to use it. That wasn't the case in the 1990s, but in the 2010s and 2020s particularly, it's very much the case. People talk about regions or they talk about particular countries, but this rubric, third world state, it's been retired. And finally, again, very, very importantly, globally, ideas about how we should be governed and what governance should look like, what good governance should look like, are in contention, are contentious. It doesn't look anymore like the end of history. Contention is very much alive. People are fighting over not so much whether we should be a democracy or an authoritarian state, but over liberalism, whether it's appropriate for us. And that's why some people describe what's been happening since around 2016 as an illiberal turn in the country. That's because these debates, these discussions are happening not just among scholars, but among ordinary people. People seem to agree that they want the Philippines to be a democracy, but what kind of democracy? It used to be that people would say, well, they point to the United States, but this is not true anymore. Right? So my point is the context today looks radically different than it did during the time those early models, the oligarchy weak state models, took shape. Right? So you might ask, what then does today's account of Philippine politics look like? I don't know. It remains to be constructed. But I will say this, it should be embedded, and this is corpus, it should be embedded in Philippine society, culture, and history. And moreover, it should be distinguished by thick description. So this is Clifford Geertz's phrase, thick description. And by this, I mean it should be meaningful with respect to Philippine reality and not just with respect to the scholarly literature. Remember, thick description for Geertz, as I assume you know, meant that it's a description that conveys the meanings on the ground. And the same here. We should construct accounts that are meaningful to the people on the ground, that are meaningful with respect to Philippine reality, and not just with respect to the scholarship produced oftentimes elsewhere. Methods matter in this endeavor. And I think ethnography and history are better able to provide thick accounts of reality. And so that's why I'm very happy to be addressing an audience of sociologists and anthropologists, because that's exactly who we need. Sociologists, anthropologists, and historians, and not just so-called comparativists. They reduce countries to variables. They traffic in thin comparisons. And for a long time, they're the ones who have been producing our models of politics. But we need ethnographers and historians to participate in this endeavor. I think there's something very important at stake when we talk about these models, and that's our own agency as Filipinos. Because remember, these models shape the way we think about politics. They shape our assessment of ourselves and who we are in this nation. As I argued, and this is my last slide, and then I really want to hear from you. As I argued, these old models exert a vice on our imaginations. They limit our imaginations. They produce narrow and negative accounts, not just of our politics, but of who we are as a nation. They teach us to look at ourselves in a particular way and to despise what we see. That's what Corpus said, so I'm borrowing that phrase. They tell us that we need to change, but also that we're stuck the way we are. Is it any wonder that this analysis leads many of us to reject Philippine politics as hopeless and to withdraw from it or resort to an anti-politics in the form of strong leaders? By anti-politics, I mean something that cuts through political processes and it simply dictates what needs to be done. It's clear that there's an appeal for that, precisely because the sense is that our politics is hopeless. I want to be clear, I'm not trying to justify politics as it is. There's obviously a lot that can be improved. The point I'm making is that the standard of improvement should be grounded in Philippine reality. Our account should begin with thick descriptions of Philippine reality, not with bad words that substitute poorly for it. And I think this is your task as the next generation of Philippine scholars, sociologists, as anthropologists, as researchers. Your task is to theorize and not just to apply theories fashioned elsewhere and with reference to other realities, but to construct new models to situate them and to keep reality always in view. I think we still have 15 minutes. I think I ended on time. So I'm going to stop there And hopefully we can discuss, have some questions. Can't hear? Art, I think you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Garrido. Thank you very much for the very substantial talk. And we appreciate your generosity. We now welcome questions. All right, Paolo.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes?
Okay, so I think the last bullet point that you mentioned struck out to me because I think in one of my classes, one of the things that was emphasized when it comes to anthropology is that we shouldn't just stick to Western theories, but we should also learn how to create theories based on realities or accounts that are discovered or noted down in local contexts, like in the Philippines, for example. I just wanted to ask, what is your perspective on that specific take, that it's necessary that we also have to develop theories that are based on research that is done in more broader contexts rather than ones that are just situated from specific regions in the past?
Paolo, no?
Yes.
I think it's absolutely urgent. I think it's absolutely urgent. You know, for a long time, other people have been writing our histories. Other people have been writing, have been constructing models of our politics. I think it's urgent, it's necessary. And that's why it's nice to see a conference of sociologists and anthropologists, of people presenting their own ethnographies and original research. I do think it's urgent that we theorize and not just apply these old models. Think about it. These models were constructed elsewhere. To take my historicity point seriously, these models were constructed with reference to different realities, different experiences. And to some extent, you can squeeze them to fit your reality in the Philippines. But it takes an effort of translation. It takes a cutting of limbs. You know, the Weber's famous his famous image of the Procrustean bed. And I don't know if you know who Procrustes is or what the reference is, but it's worth discussing. So if you'll indulge me. So it's funny because a lot of these theorists, so Hutchcroft in particular, they reference Weber. You know, Weber, Max Weber, of course, Weber, the model builder, right? So a strong state has a quote unquote Weberian bureaucracy. You know, that's after Weber's image of what a modern bureaucracy should look like, as opposed to a patrimonial bureaucracy. But Weber was not just a model builder. In fact, he was primarily a historical thinker, a historical sociologist, and he was quite wary of the power of interpretations, of models. He described these as ideal types and cautioned that they need to be treated heuristically. That is to say, as the beginning of analysis, as an instrument to get at something else, but not as the end of analysis. And he offered this metaphor of theory becoming, or these models becoming, a Procrustean bed. Procrustes is this figure from Greek mythology who stood at a crossroads, and as people approached him from different parts of the road, different parts of the highway, he had this bed, and if they were too big for his bed, it was an oddly shaped bed, I imagine. If they were too big for his bed, he would take his machete and cut off their arms and cut off their legs so they fit exactly in his bed. If they were too small for his bed, he would stretch them so they fit that bed exactly. And so when Weber calls these models, these theories, a Procrustean bed, what he means is the fit isn't exact, and that's important information. We should take that into account. That these models that we import from elsewhere, these theories that we import from elsewhere, are like a Procrustean bed for the reality that affects you. You have to squeeze, you have to stretch, or you have to cut to make it fit. And so to put the call to theorize another way in the language of this metaphor, it means to construct your own bed, your own models that speak directly to your realities. So absolutely, I would underscore your point. It's absolutely urgent that we find the confidence to theorize.
I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paolo, and thank you, Dr. Garrido. We can still, welcome other questions. All right, Noel.
So good morning, and again, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I just wanted to ask, like with regards to Philippine politics, in one of my classes, we talked about how for many Filipinos, the political scene feels very optional or very out of touch, especially with political dynasties being being a very common thing in the country. So what is a realistic way that we can make it more accessible or more relatable for people who feel that it's an optional practice or that it's something that they have no stake in?
Okay, thank you for the question, Noel. The first thing I'd say is that, feeling like politics is optional is actually a luxury. It kind of depends on who you are and where you're situated. For most of the Philippine population, it's not optional at all. Urban poor, lower middle class barangays around Manila, people look to the barangay, to the local government, to the municipio, and other things to meet daily needs, to meet basic needs. You can point to, using these bad words, you can point to political dynasties, you can point to practices of patronage. But from the perspective of these populations, it can look very different. What we from the outside might call a political dynasty might to them seem like stability, might seem like continuity, it might even provide the same benefits that in the United States a programmatic political party provides. And so perspective matters. Where you are in the Philippines matters. Now, to address your question directly, if you don't live in those communities, if you have the luxury to treat politics as optional, I think it's high time that we revise those attitudes, frankly, and instead of going on vacation when it's election time, or instead of, not paying attention because you have a relative amount of insulation. I think that calls attention to some of the ill effects, or to the symbolic power of these models, of these bad words, the ill effect of these bad words. It encourages us to reject politics. We reject them how? Disengagement, cynicism, right? As I said, choosing not to participate. But I think that leaves the polity poorer as a result. So part of a way to get people to engage is to recover a sense that Philippine politics is worthy of engagement. And part of the problem with thinking of Philippine politics solely in terms of these bad words is that you're led to dismiss it, to reject it completely as unworthy of engagement. But in some ways, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You see it as unworthy of engagement. How can it ever improve, or how can it ever become the image that you have in your head of what you think it should be? And so I suppose in sum, I would think about this idea that it's Philippine politics is a waste of time. It's not worth your effort. In some ways, I'm arguing that we've been led to think this way. After all these models that essentially denigrate these activities as unworthy of our time and of our effort. I think they're corrosive.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Noel. Next is, okay, see,
Gian.
No, it's eyes. My apologies, eyes.
It's okay. So, sir, as a sociologist yourself and what you were just discussing right now in relation to what Noel asked, do you personally believe that there's potential for the current government structure to undergo significant change, or is it destined to remain characterized by what you discussed, the continuity of political dynasties? Because you also mentioned that we are stuck. So if something is stuck, there's always a way out. But
Yeah.
realistically, how will that work here in the Philippine context, and when?
Okay, good question. I would say that we're conditioned to think of Philippine politics in terms of continuity. We're conditioned to believe that we are in fact stuck. But I think as a good historian will tell you, there's been a tremendous amount of change. So it's quite striking. You know, there was a book on the Philippines some years ago called The Changeless Land. Can you imagine a book of that title being written about, say, the United States or Germany or Italy, a changeless land? Philippine politics, Philippine society is full of change, full of change. Even in the past 20 years that I've been doing research on the country, I look around Manila and it's like it's a different city. It's full of change, and politics itself has changed. We tend to read it in terms of continuity, and it's true, of course, that some practices have been institutionalized, some logics persist. But many, many things have changed, and they continue to be changing. And so opportunities for change in the direction that you want to see, for improvements, for greater, more responsive government, for all these things, they're always there. Part of the problem is that we're led to not see them, to underappreciate them, to think in terms of continuity, to say, wag na lang, we're stuck. It's always been like this, and so it's not really worthy of our engagement. I'm suggesting this is the symbolic power of these models, of thinking about Philippine politics in terms of bad words. But I think if you do the research, you go through the history with a fine-grained comb very carefully, you do the ethnographic research, I think you'll be surprised by things that work, by things that are changing, by progress that's happening on the ground. That's why you need to look at reality directly, to do research, empirical research, whether it's historical, ethnographic, or whatever kind of qualitative research. I think the Philippines is far from a changeless land. It's enormous, substantial changes over time. We just need to be more attentive to that different kind of narration, that different kind of story.
Thank you. And with that, why do you think other Western countries and those in the global North would write readings and articles that would make us believe that the Philippines is unchanging and stuck? Like, is there a strategy for them to do that? Are they trying to put us down, or is there something else that we're not seeing or understanding?
No, I don't think it's quite so instrumental. I think it's a function of position, of situation. You know, when Lande did that research all the way back in the 60s, like I said, he was writing a dissertation for an American audience, right? He was in the political science department at Yale. The people who would judge and read his dissertation were American political scientists. And so, of course, the book that he produced, the dissertation, and then the book that he produced was implicitly, actually quite explicitly comparative, right? How is the Philippines different from the United States? Well, its parties are more fluid, there's party switching, and so it doesn't quite look like my picture in my head, Lande was thinking, of modern political parties. So it's pre-modern. So I don't think it's malicious. I think actually quite the opposite. These are probably very good faith efforts. And like I said, they're meritorious accounts of aspects of Filipino politics. So I don't want to discount that. I'm taking issue again with the symbolic power they've acquired as models. They shape the way that we think. And I think that much is clear by the way we talk about Philippine politics, even in this discussion. And so, no, I don't think it's malicious or in bad faith, or it's some kind of strategic move. I think it's a function of their situation. I mean, these are folks, like I said, writing to American audiences, writing papers that will be judged by peer reviewers in the United States, dissertations that will be judged by committee members who are American political scientists or American historians. And so they write on the basis of their situation. And that's why it's all the more urgent to write on the basis of your situation. And to not simply take for granted these categories, not to let them simply structure the way we think, but to deconstruct them and to reconstruct our own categories. Again, based on what? Based on research, systematic observation, ethnography, history.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ice. We can still accommodate more questions. We're not chasing time at this point. Fiona has a question too.
Okay. Ay. Thank you po, Doc Garrido, for the talk. So I just wanted to ask, given the past two administrations, I think, have been a reflection of that kind of what you were talking about, like that cynicism towards politics in the Philippines and the turning to democratic practices or campaigns due to yun nga, like parang feeling hopeless about the system that we have. Beyond theorizing and beyond, like looking into these studies as sociologists or like looking into developing theories that paint a more contextual picture of Philippine politics as sociologists in anticipating future national events such as elections. How would you say that we should engage with people beyond our field in sociology in terms of like starting that dialogue about engaging in politics and not seeing it as something that is hopeless? Because I feel like collectively as a people, whoever you ask, they will always say that, or like, yeah, whoever you ask, it's common for them to say that, oh, Philippine politics parang is such a hopeless case, ganon. So like, how would you propose, or how would you, like, what would be your advice for like engaging with everyday people lang, like not just like people within the academic field, to like maybe like make them feel more like they can do something, that they can exercise their agency over what is happening in our country?
Okay, thank you for your question, Fiona. In fact, I just want to affirm that the mood that you described, the feeling of hopelessness, of cynicism, I'm quite familiar with. It was quite, I was doing field work in the country this last year, and it was quite palpable, especially in the wake of the last election. So I'm quite aware of that. And in fact, it's precisely the strength of those feelings that have informed my analysis and convinced me that it's urgent to find a way to think beyond these usual frameworks, these bad words that inevitably lead us to reject politics as a whole, as an unworthy engagement. And as I pointed out, to recover a sense of our own agency. How? You asked how. First, I'd suggest that you think about politics more broadly than simply getting involved in an NGO or getting involved in some kind of social movement. Research, the kind of research you do, going into different communities, whether it's historical or ethnographic research, learning about things, reconstructing things, learning to think beyond these bad words, to think beyond these categories, talking to people who live in different situations, in different places, even just in Manila, to develop an understanding of how they approach politics. Do they also think about it as maybe some people in your group do, in terms of political dynasties, patronage, corruption, these kinds of things? Or would it surprise you if they referred to some of the same practices that you see, say, as corruption or patronage, but they understand it differently? Because from their point of view, these are ways of meeting their basic needs. So my answer to you in a word is research, is to go out, to look, to observe, to think carefully about what you're finding, and to not simply take what you're seeing and find a box to put it in, of all the boxes that exist, because these boxes are very, very narrow, as I said. Especially these boxes that we import from elsewhere, and to say, okay, what I'm seeing, that's oligarchy, that's weak state, that's patronage, that's corruption, that's palakasan, what have you. I think we end up reproducing this analysis, which justifies the despair. So my answer is to throw yourself into research and to learn to do it well, to observe carefully, to think for yourself, to measure the reality that you're finding with the theory that you're reading. Is there a gap? If so, why is there a gap? How do these models not fit? Where do they fall short? Right? And instead of blaming, these bad words, instead of blaming the victim, as they say, but perhaps the problem is the models themselves. Perhaps these standards are inappropriate, or perhaps these standards are outdated, or perhaps they're partial, they don't fit. So in a word, learn to see reality, learn to construct it, learn to articulate. Research.
Thank you so much po, Doc.
Thank you, Fiona. We would also like to entertain questions from our participants via Zoom. Mr. Rama, I think, has a question to ask.
Yes. Hello. Can I be heard? I'm not sure. Hi, Dr. Garrido.
Hi, Rama. Hi,
Sorry.
Rama.
Hi. Sorry. I hopped on the call a bit late. You were already talking about Orientalism at this point, so I'm sorry if you kind of addressed this question I'm about to ask. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about the role hot button political issues and, lofty, so to speak, political ideas. What role do they play in programmatic politics versus clientelistic politics? I'm curious because my impression is the last maybe half decade or so, with things like the Duterte administration's war on drugs, and now you have the territorial dispute in the West Philippine Sea. These sort of hot button political issues are things that more and more people seem to gravitate towards and latch onto. And I was wondering, in the course of your research, if you've noticed, and maybe this is sort of an unfortunate question because I'm kind of prompting you to engage in a comparativist mode. How do ideas and political issues function differently in the supposed programmatic political party model in Western countries like the United States versus the clientelistic model we have here? Do people have a different sort of relationship with the issues themselves? Are they subordinate to the individuals in power? How does that work exactly? I'm curious in your analysis.
That's a very interesting question, Rama. I'm trying to think of an appropriate answer. One thing that your question made me think of is that part of the reason these models require reconstruction is because the image at their center, the normative image or the normative standard they uphold, that, they say your politics is deviant, they should look like this politics. In the case of Lande, to some extent, in the case of Hutchcroft and McCoy, they're pointing to the United States. I mean, part of the reason these models, I think, are in crisis is because that image is no longer so compelling. I think you look at politics in the United States, and it's hard to claim that it's hard to point to it and say that this is what your politics should look like anymore. I mean, it's extremely dysfunctional. I don't know to what extent you've been following American politics, but I have to, yes. It's extremely dysfunctional, but dysfunctional in very particular ways. Now, keep in mind, those models, the models constructed in the late 80s, early 90s, American politics look very different. And so the claim implicit that this is the image of politics that you should aspire to had a kind of credulity. You could believe, yeah? But I think that's harder to believe today. And so that's part of the reason it's become all the more urgent to dispense with these models, or at least short circuit their symbolic power, as I've suggested, and construct models more appropriate to the reality around us. Now, as for the hot button issues, It seems like you're asking for a very particular analysis of what's happening perhaps at the moment and how it structures what people care about. I don't know if it's very much different from hot button issues here in the United States. There's a share of them, whether it's guns or something else, that also serve to structure how people approach politics. But I think that analysis is a bit at a remove from the point that I'm trying to make today, and that has to do with these older models of Philippine politics that we've inherited and largely accepted, and that have shaped the way we think about Philippine politics, but also our feelings towards them. That they've narrowed our imagination, they've limited our imagination. They've predisposed us to imagine politics exclusively in negative terms, right? I mean, that's the thrust of what I wanted to impart today. So as for the hot button issues, that seems to one side of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rama. We still have 3 minutes left. Maybe we can still accommodate one more question from the
Can I say something?
Mr. Ileto? All right, so Mr. Ileto, I think, is raising his hand.
You don't seem to know me.
Hello, po.
Yes, thank you, Marco. I came late. I think you were just done talking about McCoy when I managed to get into the Zoom. I think there was a confusion with the time of your lecture. I thought it was 10:45. I probably started at 10:30. Anyway, I'm sorry about that. Thank you for your talk, Marco. I found it very encouraging, and thanks for the plug you gave to my 2000 or 2001 controversial piece.
It's more than a plug. It's actually quite important. It's more than a plug, Paul. It's actually quite central to the argument I'm making.
Well, the thing is that that article got me into a lot of trouble, because I was still a professor and I was still representing a university, NUS, and the criticisms I received were just simply overwhelming. And I actually thought about junking that article and just forgetting about writing any kind of follow-up to that. But what I did eventually was to include it in my book, Knowledge and Pacification, published in 2017, which the Ateneo journal, the best Ateneo journal, Philippine Studies, has not reviewed. So I was wondering if, speaking to members of the Anthropology and Sociology department, whether you might have an answer to why there's been a reluctance. Well, maybe it's just that some reviewer didn't deliver, but I find it very odd that being a member of the International Board of Advisors of the journal has not reviewed my book, while it has reviewed all of my other books. Is it because that controversial article on Orientalism is actually a chapter of that book, but suitably modified to remove all references to the word Orientalism? But in fact, the whole book is a reflection on that issue. But what I want to ask you, Marco, you made several references to the need for more historians to get involved in the sorts of things that you feel will rejuvenate the study of Philippine politics. But I didn't get a clear idea of what you might be expecting from historians. I don't see any historian in that group of people. Well, according to what I see on my screen, you're all anthropologists and sociologists. Where are the historians? Why are they out of the picture? Anyway, Marco, can you give me a little? I mean, I have my own ideas, but I'd like to hear about what you think history can uncover for us.
Yes, no, first of all, thank you for your comment. And, I want to say that that debate in the PPSJ is actually is seminal, absolutely seminal to my thinking. In fact, I'm going to teach it in my own class on Philippine politics, my own seminar. It's very small, but it's something I get to curate myself in a couple of weeks. So it has a life, right? It has a life, regardless of its reception at the time. It survived, and perhaps, it took some years to really to find its time, but it feels like the time is ripe to revisit those critiques and to amplify them. So, to your question about historians, I think the participation of historians is not, I'm not simply being ecumenical or inclusive. It's absolutely necessary. And the reason is because we need to be able to think in time. We need to be able to make change over time, fundamental to how we think about topics like politics. Because without it, you end up with the problem that I was pointing to, this kind of reification, this calcification, this stasis that takes over, and these models becoming outdated. We need to be more skillful about situating models in time, and to say to, let's say that, McCoy's oligarchy argument, or Hodgecroft's weak state argument, to say that at that time, the questions were predetermined. They were responding to questions that seemed urgent at that time, and they drew upon resources that were available to them, scholarly resources, intellectual resources that were there at the time, and also to point out that times have changed. And so the questions these models were oriented towards are no longer as urgent, and that needs to be taken into account. If we don't think of these ideas in time, if we don't place them in time, I think we miss something fundamental. And so, as to why historians haven't participated, I think it's time that they do. Why they haven't, I don't know. Should they? Do they need to? Yes. We need, to be honest with you, I mean, not to be kind of political about it in terms of the academic politics, but it's like we've left the study of Philippine politics to political scientists, and specifically to comparativists who think of the Philippines as a variable, as something in comparison to a set of other countries. And there's no depth, there's no understanding, there's no sympathy to accounts of countries, for people who actually do research in these countries. There's a real connection, a real understanding, a real insight, a hesitation to say this is just oligarchy. What's that term? I don't even know what that means anymore. It feels like an empty shell that's just thrown to fill in a place. It lacks meaning. And so, should historians participate? Absolutely. Why they haven't? Should ethnographers participate? Absolutely. Because it's through these methods that we construct analyses that are deeper, that are thicker, situated in time, but also attentive to local meanings, emotions, the kind of thick realities that I know you care about, given my familiarity with your work, that I care about as an ethnographer, and that I hope the next generation of Philippine scholars cares about. Otherwise, we're stuck thinking about Philippine politics in not just bad words, inappropriate words, outdated words. So I can't answer your why historians haven't rallied to your cause. I don't know. That's why it makes it all the more important to make the call now that things have to change. And so I think that piece, the PPSJ piece, the time is right. People have developed ears to listen to that particular argument, is my sense. So we'll see.
Thank you for your, I don't know how to describe it, but I feel a lot better. It's been a long time since that piece was published, 2001, I think, and it's 2024 now. It's been a long wait, but I'm beginning to feel now that maybe maybe it has made a mark, but I wish I didn't have to wait so long to find out, because I'm at the end of my career and fully retired, some physical ailments, and so I'm glad that I tuned in to your talk and to the Ateneo again, because it's been a long time also since I touched base with the Ateneo, which after all took over 13 years of my life as a student. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Leto.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ray Ileto. We appreciate your presence today. We are delighted to have you with us today. A very renowned scholar and well-cited, frequently cited scholar in the Philippines and beyond the Philippines. We can still accommodate one more question from the students and or faculty and guests. Anyone has a question? Carla? All right. There seems none. At this point, we now proceed to. But before we proceed, let me again give our thanks to our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Garrido. We hope to engage with you for future endeavors, Dr. Garrido. Again, we are pleased to have you with us today. All right.
Salamat.
Thank you, Dr. Garrido. Let's now proceed to the presentation. Each group will be given 20 minutes to present and another 15 minutes for the interlocution. You will be timed the moment you start your presentation. Denise is going to help us with the time monitoring. So let me now welcome our first group. The research is entitled Speaking in Power, Examining Perceptions of Filipino Gayspeak Usage in All-Boys Catholic Junior High Schools by Fiona Marie Florentino, Renee, Viktoria French, and Carla Andrea Saludes.
Excuse me, I would just like to reiterate that the timer will start the moment you speak on the microphone, and I will be timing since there are 20 minutes, I will be timing if there are 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and a minute left, and if it's time up na. And if it's time up na, you will be hearing this alarm. So that's it. Good luck!
Good morning, everyone. First of all, we'd like to extend our appreciation and gratitude to Sir Leviste, Doc Anjo, and Ma'am Jessie for agreeing to be our panelists for today. And we'd also like to acknowledge all the guests who are joining us here and via Zoom. Thank you so much, everyone, for lending us your time, and for our panelists, your expertise for our thesis. Without further ado, I will begin by introducing our thesis entitled Speaking in Power, Examining Perceptions of Sword Speak Usage in All-Boys Catholic Schools. As students in all-boys Catholic schools, the gendered nature of their socialization is evident through the reinforcement of gender roles and denouncement of non-conforming bodies and identities. Consequently, students would conform to these norms in order to avoid discrimination or disciplinary action. In such a context, queer students are likely to conceal or suppress their gender identities and expressions so as to evade scrutiny from their peers and school authorities. On the screen are some snippets from our conversations with alumni from all boys Catholic schools.
So, within the very institutions where the evangelization of the archipelago began, queer students traverse these spaces with great hardship. In Catholic schools within the Philippines, these students are confronted by a myriad of challenges which endanger their health, safety, and education. Physical, sexual, psychological, and institutional violence in the form of discrimination, bullying, assault, and gender exploitative school policies face them. In many cases, it is not only peers who are complicit to such acts of violence and against queer students, but also their very own teachers, their guidance counselors, their administrators, who find it difficult to accept homosexuality within the academic institution as it contradicts religious teachings and community beliefs. While many policies exist to protect queer students or students in general, they are poorly implemented, especially for their case, allowing bullying and discrimination to persist. As such, this underscores the powerful and enduring impact of the moral ideologies of the Catholic Church.
Okay, so Fiona talked about the powerful ideological impact of the church. So next. Okay, so I want to start this slide by saying that language is both a mirror that reflects the world as well as a tool that shapes it. So when school policies are written, its language reflects and maintains the ideological interests of those who wrote them. So when that happens, power is maintained. So here, through the language that is used in policies, institutions condition their ideologies onto people into accepting that their ways are natural or common sense. However, of course, power and language are not one-way streets. Language can also be used as a form of resistance. So the term counter-language comes from the pattern of marginalized groups of people developing their own ways of speaking that represent cultures or ways of being that their same environment kind of like tries to suppress. So from there, it's very easy how all of that kind of like reflects in the context of Gayspeak in all boys Catholic schools. So at the same time, I would also like to say that it's quite easy to imagine what it's like to be a queer student in a Catholic school. So, next. Ayan, okay. So it's with all of that we came up with the following research questions. Overall, we wanted to know how Gayspeak affects queer students' social positions in all boys Catholic schools, which is broken down into 3 sub-questions asking what social conditions shaped Gayspeak usage in all boys Catholic schools, how Gayspeak affected queer student social relationships, and lastly, how they saw Gayspeak in relation to their gender identities.
So this is the conceptual framework that we use to in our study. So first, we use the concepts of habitus fields and panoptic institutions. So according to Bordeaux, individuals are shaped by the social environment which they find themselves in. Specifically, the social structures and conditions which confront them in their daily lives, informing their behaviors and responses to their social world. This describes how the habitus of an individual produces practices aligned to such structures and conditions within the field and how it is shaped by those structures, and in return, reproduce them. As such, fields continuously condition and are conditioned by the habitus of individuals within it. So within all boys Catholic schools, which are situated within the intersecting fields of masculinity and education, the habitus of its students are shaped in alignment with such ideologies, propagated to the internal logic of the field through pedagogy, curriculum, extracurricular activity, interpersonal interactions, and disciplinary strategies, among others. inscribing and disciplining upon the habitus of the student population, symbols, meanings, and messages of those in power. Through symbolic violence, particular kinds of masculinity, such as that of heterosexual male students, are desired and rewarded over other kinds of masculinity, such as that of queer students. There is also a certain value system which operates within these fields, the forms of valued capital, which determine the social positions of individuals within it based on the quality of the capital they possess, creating asymmetries in power among groups of men, which differentiate dominant masculinities from subordinated masculinities. Similarly, Foucault holds that within institutions, such as an all-boys Catholic high school, dominant gender-related ideologies are propagated through various institutional techniques, creating, regulating, and disciplining gendered bodies. Panoptic machineries are utilized within such institutions to assess, train, and correct the characters, comportment, attitudes, and behaviors of students in alignment with such ideologies.
Butler describes gender as a performance, performativity being a process that involves both the gendered individual and their external environment. Therefore, Filipino Gayspeak, as an extension of this, is both considered a performance of gender and a negotiation of it. According to Butler, the disciplinary production of gender views gender identity as a product of restrictions on gendered bodies within a heteronormative landscape. It serves the interests of the heterosexual construction and the regulation of sexuality within the reproductive domain. Thus, gender, as something that is behavioral, is subjective to heteronormative and hegemonic masculine norms which control its performance. However, as previously mentioned by Fiona, students in this context are subjective to panoptic machineries and disciplinary regimes which are aimed to train and shape their behavior and bodies in accordance with acceptable masculinities. In the face of these, Gayspeak acts as a non-material heterotopic space where queer students are able to do their gender while circumventing surveillance and punishment that is typically enforced on individuals with non-conforming behavior and identities. Manalansan suggests that as a mobile language, conversations between users of SwartSpeak create quick and fleeting worlds or spaces where only they and other badings inhabit. Thus, Gayspeak results in the creation of these heterotopic spaces where queer students are empowered to carve out spaces for themselves, create connections with their peers, and exclude opposing groups by making use of a language as a form of resistance.
Okay, so for methodology, I will keep this short. So we took a qualitative phenomenographic approach to focus on the participants' perceptions and experiences in their stay in all-boys Catholic high schools. So we also used in-depth, open-ended interviews to more deeply extract those perceptions and interests. And for data analysis, we followed a thematic analysis where the participants' answers were put into Atlas to generate codes, and then we manually refined those codes to develop themes and sub-themes that essentially answered our questions and represented our findings. So, what did we find? Okay. Well, one of the conditions that shaped Gayspeak usage was what they described to be a macho environment. So some of those environments were also described to be hierarchical siya, or may polarization, meaning may polarization between boys and bakla. So, but what they all had in common is that their macho environment manifested in two ways. Basically, una, in school policies and the culture of the students themselves. So, across the schools, there were different policies that directly or indirectly policed queerness. Basically, some of them explicitly banned effeminacy, while some were so vaguely worded that school authorities could often use them to police basically anything. Any gender thing that they didn't like if a student walked or talked a certain way, they would threaten to sanction them with any of the policies that you see in the slide. So basically the students internalized this heterosexism in the policies and would themselves regulate the queerness, including Gayspeak, whether in others or within themselves. Siguro case in point, one of our participants said, I got called out a few times for using Gayspeak in school because it was seen as flaunting effeminacy, which, according to the handbook, was a major offense. Meanwhile, may mga students na may fragile masculinity, kunyari partners kayo sa project, ayaw nila kasi baka ma-issue daw ako. So, all of that was basically based on the premise of normalcy and the concern for like image management. Again, to quote our participants, they want to preserve a masculine image even when most people are gay. Taga ganitong school ka, bakit kanal ka magsalita? From all of that, we can clearly see how their schools feed their normative gendered logic onto their students. And siguro in those terms, structures produce habitus and habitus reproduces those structures. So we can see a similar pattern when they talked about religious standards. The only difference is that now there is a basis of correctness and morality. Sabi nga nila, it's taboo to talk about gay stuff in a Catholic school. I mean, it's not right, it's not normal, it's not natural. Outright, bawal yan. They were more vilifying towards Gayspeak because if you express yourself in a different way in that setting, especially in my high school, they watch you more. The way you speak, they'll judge you like, oh, bakla yan. You were more likely to get reprimanded again and again if you're tagged bakla in their eyes. The licentious effeminacy policy exists because they have a religious and traditional mindset that men should act like men. They tell us that we're an abomination to society and our effeminacy is immoral. But of course, these policies and their environment aren't deterministic because gender can be negotiated even in severe environments to want to control it. So, alternative constructions of gender in these contexts are possible, and we found that Gayspeak is one of the ways that they negotiate their gender. Although using Gayspeak, we found is like a double-edged sword. It's still something that they consistently use. They mainly use it to talk about things that shouldn't be said in a way that people could directly understand or hear, like when they talk about sex or when they talk about other boys. So from there, while it subjects them to increased surveillance and discrimination, it also brings them community building and empowerment, both of which Fiona and Renee will discuss in the next two sections.
Okay, so the use of Gayspeak, as we find in our study, has specific social implications on the relationships of queer students with their peers, specifically their heterosexual male peers, and the school authorities and teachers. So the first would be the targeting, surveillance, and self-censorship. The use of Gayspeak by queer students was largely perceived as a form of misconduct by teachers and other school authorities, one which needed to be addressed through various disciplinary strategies. So the first disciplinary strategy that we found to have been exercised was the act of targeting. A majority of respondents report that the act of speaking the language definitely tags a person that they suspect to be queer as queer. And in the eyes of that's within the eyes of the adult or school actors, and this charges upon the student various negative stereotypes associated with queer people, forcing them into ostracized positions. While the more severe misbehaviors of their heterosexual male peers, such as smoking or drinking, are covered up by their own teachers from the eyes of higher authorities, queer students are disproportionately disciplined. We find that such differences are explained by two factors as seen there: the proximity of these acts to the hegemonic masculine ideologies propagated by the school, and the difference in the symbolic and social capital between these two student groups. And so Gayspeak, applying that to Gayspeak is a disruption of the institutional logic. It which the school propagates and must be weeded out and prevented. At the same time, queer students don't really have the same types of capital or value of capital as their heterosexual male peers to tap into in order to circumvent disciplinary action like them. As such, this puts them in increased surveillance, wherein respondents describe feeling watched in their every move and scrutinized for any errors in their performances of gender by teachers and school authorities, leading to enforced formality of speech within the academic environment through verbal reprimandings. Speaking Gayspeak, according to our respondent, is literally sounding gay and lower class, and as such goes against the dominant heteronormative and upper class culture of their school. So queer students themselves view Gayspeak as highly informal and contextual, and as such are inappropriate and uncomfortable to speak in front of their teachers and school authorities. All respondents felt the need to censor themselves and to switch to more acceptable ways of being, a practice of self-discipline resulting from their internalization of those ideologies. Next. We also found that Gayspeak elicits both covert and overt discriminatory responses from straight male students, ranging from acts of microaggression to outright harassment and bullying. Respondents describe experiences wherein they were publicly harassed or teased for being gay after being heard speaking in Gayspeak, and also instances wherein Gayspeak was hijacked by straight male students in order to enact their own perverse ideas of queerness and mock their classmates. In these circumstances, the gendered institution of the school is implicated, as the dominant and polarizing discourses of gender and religion, which it propagates, is invoked by these heterosexual male peers. This also illustrates how peer-to-peer disciplinary strategies are enacted, wherein heterosexual male students negotiate their own and their peers' masculinities in order to maintain the status quo and consequently their dominant position within the field. And these acts are specific ways in which the changes within the field of masculinity, such as the unconventional speech practices, such as Gayspeak, are resisted. So, within all boys Catholic schools populated by the upper classes, disgust and judgment from straight male peers is also seen as a class-based response. As the language panders to the tastes of lower and middle classes, and as such is not seen to be of their world and is dismissed and seen as inappropriate. So these interactions illustrate the struggles and contestations for positions which take place between different masculinities, between practices of subversion and conservation, and between defiance against hegemonic masculinity by subordinated masculinities and the assertion of dominance by dominant masculinities. Lastly, we find that there is still positive responses. Curiosity is the most commonly stated positive reaction from straight male peers out of their desire to be in on the joke by asking the meaning of certain terms in Gayspeak. Consequently, this has opened up pathways for connection and bonding through culture sharing between peers, allowing them to bridge what a respondent called to be the gender and sexual orientation divide. This points to the possibility that humor conveyed through the use of swordspeak can become an effective site for the acquisition of social capital among queer students, a subversive strategy through which they may also work towards legitimizing the value of the ability to use Gayspeak as a site for knowledge production and social networking. So at times, culture sharing is successful enough to warrant the integration of certain terms into the mainstream language. And while this is not taken seriously by the school authorities, this still hints or signals changes within the field of masculinity, within what is acceptable for speech practices among men. And at times, Gayspeak is also used as a hook for more deliberate knowledge sharing, and this points back to Gayspeak as a subversive strategy. It is also used to maintain positive social relationships through further validation and also to avoid confrontation, using euphemisms and even making use of the qualities of Gayspeak in order to protect and strengthen social relationships. So,
for the last section of our superordinate theme under Forging the Queer Identity, Gayspeak is perceived as a marker of queer identity and described as a badge of honor among students. Interestingly, queer students do not attempt to increase their proximity to power and the hegemonic masculine ideal. Rather, they assert themselves and their identities through the practice of Gayspeak, which effectively communicates their queerness and forms communities in the process. Due to the informal nature of the language, it is more difficult for the school authorities to police these actions compared to visible expressions of queerness through clothing or other personal items. For this reason, queer students can communicate and express their identities discreetly without attracting unwanted attention or disciplinary action. These underpinnings reveal the paradoxical nature of Gayspeak. While the use of Gayspeak may serve as a means to circumvent or resist.
Time's up. We're very sorry, first group, but would like to invite you to please occupy the front seats for the interlocution. At this point, we would like to ask our esteemed panelists for the first group, starting off with Miss Jessica Sandro Claudio.
Sabihin ko sana magsimula tayo dun sa mga PhD. Pero congratulations to the first group, no, for your presentation and also for your manuscript na very well written and very rich in terms of data. Marami kayong naging discussion, and what I really liked was the interface between the negative part, which is repression of Gayspeak, and the positive na parang using it as a capital to negotiate one social position within the educational system. Yung isang comment ko siguro would be, it might be, siguro suggestion na lang, parang what is workable for you to do within the time that you're given. It might be useful to introduce your data sources kasi parang from the methodology wherein you mentioned that you interviewed 8 people, hindi namin kilala kung sino si 8 people. And then suddenly there's Ash and Gray and all the other people in the narrative proper, di ba? So maganda sana kung merong part doon sa either sa start before the findings part na meron kayong table siguro summarizing who are your participants, what might be their ages, or the, ang tawag dito, character, ano ba, parang not to also, ang tawag dito, divulge where they studied, pero parang just give characteristics of the school where they are from. Or maybe yung location, kung nasa Manila ba, or ano ba, Cebu, ganyan. Para lang makilala namin sila before we go to the mismong discussion of the findings. Magaling din yung pagkakahabi ninyo ng findings and also the analysis, like what you, parang referring back to the RRL na mga na-mention ninyo. No? Another comment would be, baka okay din kung bibigyan nyo ng visual presentation yung conceptual framework ninyo. I know that I think this was part of your proposal. Diba, meron kayong drawing, which I didn't see in your final manuscript. So baka helpful to bring that back. Pero meron na siyang, kumbaga nakalapat na yung findings ninyo. So kung halimbawa, ano yung field? Anong itsura ng field? Anong itsura ng habitus? And then, where does Gayspeak come in as a capital, as a form of capital? And then, kasi kung ang argument nyo is that it helps negotiate the social position of the student, di ba? Paano, ano ba yung mga parang essential na formula na pag-negotiate nila? Kasi you mentioned at the last part na hindi naman siya ginagamit to become close, parang in terms of proximity to power, but it's more of just negotiating yung parang pag-express ng sarili nila, di ba? So parang visually ilagay nyo lang siya or i-summarize nyo lang siya before the narrative proper, because it's easy to get lost in your manuscript kasi marami siya, which is parang a good thing and a bad thing in that way. So parang kung meron kaming babalikan na ganong framework na nakalapat na doon yung data, mas madali sa aming makita or mag-make sense yung binabanggit ninyo sa analysis section ninyo. And then, lastly, yung class binabanggit ninyo. So it might, parang, were you also able to capture the specific class location of your respondents?
We have a pretty good idea, I think.
Yes, we only went on the basis of how they describe the classes of the people within their school to be. Meron kaming findings na we said na we differentiated between all boys schools that were populated by the middle classes lang. And that's based from what the respondents said. And then all boys schools that were more elite, like there was a mix of like elite, like upper class and upper middle class, ganon. But then for the participant themselves, we don't know their specific class, just the situation of, like the class situation in the school.
Ayun, kaya baka rin siguro helpful in the table to summarize yung data sources ninyo, kung private ba sila or public ba sila, nasa urban ba sila. Parang it might give an inkling of the class component or the class profile of your data sources. Tapos mas mapapalalim yung argument nyo later on about class and why they think Gayspeak is something na why Gayspeak is something na parang pang lower class, ganun. Bakit ganun yung pagtingin nila or ng school nila? So parang baka you also might want to look at literature or siguro palutangin lang ng konti yung institution mismo ng education. Kasi parang meron kayong notion na ang language na ginagamit ng mga estudyante sa school ay of a certain class din. Kaya ang Gayspeak, di ba, nasasabi na ay pang lower class siya. So parang baka may ganun ding pwedeng presentation of the educational system as, for a lack of a better term, parang elitist or parang emphasizing a specific, bukod sa heteronormative siya, di ba, and a highly macho environment yung pinaggagalawan niya. Yun yung class component niya.
Minention po nila yun actually, parang sabi nila na parang bakit kapag Gayspeak, bakit kanal, pero kapag konyo, okay lang.
Oo, yun, exactly. So parang, ano yung, the institution, kumbaga, bakit ganun yung kanyang field to use your term. So yun lang yung suggestion ko to improve it. Pero other than that, okay na ako with your manuscript and your presentation as well.
Thank you, Ms. Jess. Any reaction from our presenters?
In terms po of the table, we put it in the appendix. So do we just move it na lang to the upper part? Okay. Yun lang naman. Thank you po, Jessie.
Now we invite our second panelist, none other than Dr. Josan Lorenzana, also known as Dr. Anjo.
Right. Thank you for the invitation. And I'm really delighted to read your work. Congratulations. It's multi-layered, you know what I mean? And, but I'm really curious why Berto is like your overarching framework when the experiences actually speak of, you know, power relations, okay? But I have something more to say about power relations later. Okay, so why Berto?
Initially po, when we were conceptualizing the whole framework of the study, we were focused on the policy aspect, which is why we mentioned a lot of discipline as well as the panopticon. And then over time, there had been suggestions to explore habitus, field, and capital, because when we were speaking to the participants as well as when we were doing research, we found that capital or queer languages can be used as a form of capital and can differentiate students within their social location. So within the context of all boys Catholic schools, we have already identified that we needed to discuss gender specifically, which is why we also included Butler. But when we were doing the research on the literature, we found that habitus, field, and capital could somehow encapsulate what we were trying to do, because it's really broad. Even right now, as it stands, our paper is still quite broad. So, yes.
And also po, parang that was also a challenge for us at the start about how do we theorize power relations. But then we kind of figured out, and like from reading Bordeaux's work, about how fields are essentially constituted by those power relations based on the capital that each individual possesses, kind of determines their social position and their ability to have, like, to enact what they want and enact what they want upon other people. So yeah, that's what we used for that. Yeah.
Right, because I want to point out, you know, the intersectionality between class and gender, and especially in this case, you know, how being queer diminishes one's class. And that's quite evident, for instance, in the use of, you know, Gayspeak, right? So that even, for instance, your informants from, I must point out, because it's here in your manuscript, La Salle, okay, they refuse to speak, yeah, it's here. They refuse to speak, you know, queer language because, you know, it's not our language. We're queer, but it's not our language. Right, so that is very indicative already of the class element of being bading or Becky in Philippines. There is this kind of equation between being bading and being lower class, and it's actually also a discourse, okay, and it is an identity, okay, that people sort of invoke, okay, as a kind of let's say empowering kind of identity, as you have found later on in your work, and at the same time as something that diminishes one's class status. Okay, yeah, sige, Carla.
Just to add to like what you said, Doc, naalala ko like one of our participants actually said that then they're not from Lasal, like yung na-quote po dyan, but they said that when they were comparing the way people spoke in their high school, and I quote, para kaming birds of paradise, and the people in Lasal were giving pigeons.
Yeah.
So parang ayun nga po, it's a part of like yung parang larger culture that they identify more with, which is yung flamboyancy and like creativity, whereas yung mas upper class na languages that are not Gayspeak, they don't really like it.
Okay. Right, but what is also interesting here is yun nga, I said it's multi-layered. So I really like not just your data, but your engagement with both, as Jessica said, with literature and your data, kasi napalalim niyo siya. But of course, there's also this layer, I think, of class that needs to be unpacked. Okay, especially what class does to queerness and vice versa. Right? Yeah. So that particular layer in your work, I think, needs a more analysis. Okay, in terms of exactly how this kind of differentiation leads to inclusions and exclusions, and how in turn schools are complicit in this class project, right? And it's captured by one of the situations in your work, conduct unbecoming gentleman. That sets it all. I mean, that is what you call the hidden curriculum. And it's actually the hidden curriculum that contributes to the cultural capital of the products of that school. And that is actually policed, quality control. So this is like the dynamics of class in the Philippines. And now the queer being becomes, this kind of, what do you call this figure that becomes the antithesis of what is desirable, of what is really rich in cultural capital, and therefore can access economic and social resources. So the politics is there. So I want that to be, clearly articulated in the work, because it's already there. I mean, it's like a screaming, Becky. The Becky is protesting against the class discrimination, actually. Yeah? But otherwise, I have no other comments. I really enjoyed the work, and just this part that just needs to be sort of tied together. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Anjo. Any reaction?
Siguro lang po, I agree din. Kasi actually, unexpected findings din po yung class aspect. We were surprised to hear na parang a lot of them actually raised na parang tingin sa kanila kanal when they speak Gayspeak. So, ayun.
I think it's also interesting to note na since you mentioned the class aspect, I remember one participant, Krista, particularly mentioned the reason why it's perceived as lower class, and it's because of its association with Filipino and other vernacular languages, since Gayspeak is an amalgamation of all of those languages. So the upper class, especially since Krista went to Ateneo Junior High. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. But we found that participants from that particular school would mention the class aspect more in comparison to other all-boys schools such as Don Bosco, which sorry, but
Actually, you know, we are in a safe space. You know what I mean? Yeah? Oo. But we need to point out, kaya nga, I think Jess was really accurate in saying, you need to tell us what, more or less an indication of the school, where it is. You know what I mean? Yeah, because again, it strengthens the thesis. The higher you are in the class structure of the Philippines, the more you police gender. Right? So Don Bosco is somewhere in the middle, and more or less, there is some leeway there. You know what I mean? Right, because Don Bosco is, in a way, let's just say, it's more technical oriented. And how people are, because the cultural capital in the Philippines could be very tricky. You could be rich, okay, because of your trade. You could be rich because of your trade, but if you don't have class, and that shows in your language, one of the indicators, then you're still not included in what we call the elite. Because yun na nga, it's a mode of inclusion and exclusion. Right? So I mean, kaya everything is like pointing towards that direction. It just needs to be named. Because a critical project is all about exposing these kinds of modus operandi.
Thank you, Dr. Anjo.
Thank you,
And
Doc
now it's
Anjo.
Victor Nino's turn.
Thank you. Impressive, actually. I was impressed particularly by the comprehensive nature of your RRL. And I'm looking at the questions that I asked you when you defended your proposal just to compare. And there is indeed vast improvement. The proposal then was already solid, but of course, reading the full paper was a delight, conceptually and methodologically and empirically. I have many questions, but I'll zero in on two of them, for the interest of time. I'm particularly excited by the fact that you situated your study within educational institutions, which is, I think, very poignant. I was wondering, nonetheless, theorizing-wise, why there was a scarce attempt to theorize the role of schools in perpetuating, as you mentioned, class asymmetries on the one hand, and more importantly, secondly, schools as, shall we say, apparatuses of social control, right? I was wondering why that is, when in fact, in your data alone, as Dr. Lorenzana pointed out, hitik na hitik, ang kapal ng datos. So perhaps, I'm going to ask you to answer that question, of course. I'm really interested to know more about that. But at the same time, as a recommendation, probably if you still have time and space in your paper, include a paragraph or so that talks about how the school perpetuates, on the one hand, class asymmetries, and on the other, how it serves as a mechanism that legitimizes discrimination and exclusion, by controlling and by defining what is appropriate and what is not, what is moral and what is reprehensible. So I would just like to get your reaction first on that one.
I think po in the conceptual framework, we included about like how the ideologies of like yung fields of education and masculinity, like what specific ways na like those ideologies are, I guess, inscribed upon the students, like their pedagogy, their curriculum. But then I guess when it comes to the findings itself na it was kinda, I think, I think we lacked in further analyzing what the panel, like what the students meant, because they don't necessarily like directly point out the specific ways that the school would like implicitly teach them those ideologies. So yeah, I guess for like that's the point for improvement na rin po. We will deepen our findings with that.
I agree din po. And since our questions were more targeted towards how the participants perceived and how they related to other people in the school, such as their peers, their teachers, and their school authorities, I may have to admit that we did overlook the more institutional part, and we thought na the policies aspect and the reinforcement through the panoptic gaze by the teachers and the peers by extension would be suffice for that particular discussion. Pero we will keep that in mind po.
Siguro dagdag ko lang. Actually, kasi yung kasi po yung actually yung mga students din po, they themselves either said na parang, oh, I hated high school, or like yung social environment nila, or sila mismo sinasabi nila directly na may pagkukulang yung schools nila. Actually, ito yata po yung nasa conclusion namin, yung sinabi ni Krista na, ito nga, yung we need spaces where students are safe and free to pursue their education without any unnecessary discrimination, which you would otherwise find in the outside world. We need to look to our schools for inspiration to find policies for the real world. So, I think we have sufficient data to implement that comment.
Yeah, that's a good problem to have, in fact, kasi thick yung data ninyo. So I think, no, I believe, I'm confident that you can come up with, it doesn't have to be a full-blown analysis, because as I understand, iba talaga yung focus nagkataon na incidentally, nasa konteksto ng school. So it might be worthwhile to also mention that, no, as you go along. My last point, baka makatulong yung, there's a paper in line with that, no, kung may time pa kayong magbasa. No, baka makatulong yung paper, ang title niya, Homophobic Hallways. No, the author is Margaret Crocco. And basically, it's a paper that discusses the link between diversity, discrimination, and social studies teaching. No, na parang dun sa kontekstong yon lumalabas yung desire ng school, hidden curriculum, as you mentioned, yung desire ng school to promote compulsory heterosexuality. No? And in promoting that compulsory heterosexuality, nagiging homophobic yung silid-aralan, nagiging homophobic yung buong paaralan. No? So it might be worthwhile. No? I don't know how much use you can derive out of it, but it's worth a crack at it. No? So yun. My last point, and this is just a simple musing naman while reading through it. So you mentioned something about class, no? And baka ang maganda ring i-highlight in line with what was said by the other panelists is how exclusion happens within the queer community itself, no? And this has already been highlighted a while ago, no? Through language, no? Why is that important for me? Because I think, as far as your contribution, and I would like you to highlight more confidently your contribution to existing literature, kasi hinahanap ko yun dun sa last part ng RRL, parang kailangan pang mas mapatingkad yun, no? And I'm pretty certain you can do that. Yung contribution ninyo, palagay ko, is how a Global South research paper like your paper can actually highlight in a more nuanced and critical way that the queer community is not monolithic. In other words, kapag sinabi mong LGBTQI+, hindi pare-pareho ang ugali, hindi pare-pareho ang pinanggalingan. Sobrang pastiche, no? Sobrang diverse. So baka yun yung take-off point ng contribution ninyo dito, kasi we tend to venture into ideal types na para bagang pare-pareho ang kabilang sa grupong yan. Through your work, you are able to prove and to demonstrate that that is not the case. So highlighting that would be phenomenal, I think. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nino. Reactions?
Yes po, we will integrate all of this. I think it's doable naman po for us given that yun nga po, like there's plenty of space to further develop. Sorry. Mahaba na ba po masyado? But yes, there's plenty of space po to further integrate those the insights that you shared po. And yeah, I think parang all of us agree naman na it was articulated like what we felt like was lacking or like the insecurities we had with our study. But yes, thank you po, Jessie, Doc Anjo, and Doc Leviste.
Thank you very much, Fiona, Renee, and Carla. We now call on our second group. Their research is entitled The Genshin Impact on Women, Female Perspectives on Online Communities by Joshua Imperio, Paolo Jose Taiño, and Margarita Noel Paterno. Their panelists or examiners are Miss Jessica Claudio and Mr. Barry Codera, who is joining us remotely.
I'll just wait for everyone. Ito na po yung update. Thank you. No. Carla, do you have the clicker daw? Can you remove the stool ba? I feel like I'm too tall. Never mind. Okay na po ba? Can we start now? Okay, so good morning, everyone. And my name is Noel Paterno, and joined with me are my thesis group mates, Josh Imperio and Paolo Taiño. And today we'll be presenting our final thesis entitled The Genshin Impact on Women, Female Perspectives in Online Communities. So for some background information, on our preliminary research, we discussed that we wanted to do something on video games. And a quick research showed that women are generally very underrepresented in video game studies. And whenever they are talked about or when they are the main focus of video game studies, they're usually done, or their experiences are usually viewed in conjunction to male experiences. So for most of them, they are done through the lens of misogyny or as a result of male experiences. And here are rather never as their own experience. They are always a result of something else. So with that, our main research wanted to talk about, I wanted to give women the opportunity to really, talk about their experiences as they are. And for our study, we wanted to include a more novel aspect of using different assets such as hardware or in-game assets to give it a newer approach so that we weren't just repeating everything that's already been done with relation to community building. So particularly, we wanted to explore how video games operate and create experiences, how women perceive these experiences and interpret these, and how these overall shape their perceptions of their online communities. So next, these are our overarching research questions, and pretty much all of these were based on our theoretical frameworks that we'll be discussing later on, and we'll also be flashing these later during our main discussion part. So next.
Okay, so for the methodology, we mainly borrowed methods of digital ethnography, and we basically just observed posts and the feed of public Genshin Facebook groups and Discord groups. We also gathered interviews from female respondents active in the online Genshin space, and as well as other gendered respondents to nuance the data. We finally gathered the data and the observation data and analyzed them through thematic analysis and also the application of theories and frameworks.
Okay, next slide. So now we'll be discussing the different theories we will use for the thematic analysis. So quite simply, for the first theory, the actor network theory, this will be used to explain how the game works via the different interactions between the non-human actors, i.e. the in-game assets, the characters, etc., and how all of these non-human actors construct an experience for the players to go through. The second theory is the social constructivist theory. This is used to explain how players interpret their experiences and how that creates a perception of how they view the game and in conjunction to the community as well. The last is the feminist standpoint theory. This is used to position the perspectives of our female participants, to position them within the discussion of how the Genshin community is and how this uniquely characterizes the gendered aspect of the community.
Next, we'll look at the major themes. Before that, we should preface first with information about the game Genshin Impact itself. Genshin is an online open-world free-to-play action role-playing gacha game that has, as of 2023, amassed a player base of over 60 million players. It has a large focus on open-world exploration, combat, and the overarching narrative of the main story, as well as including in its systems online multiplayer co-op. A large focus too is the gacha system, in which players can use in-game currency to partake in polls where they can avail of in-game assets such as playable characters and equipable weapons. First off, in our major themes of game immersion, we want to talk about gaming hardware. The hardware used to influence the game, the hardware used to play the game influences how it's performed and how players experience it. Genshin is a very large and graphically demanding game, meaning that players need a certain level of hardware to even play the game stably, which incentivizes players to upgrade their hardware for a more immersive game experience. Next is the in-game assets itself. The expansive world, characters, and various in-game systems of Genshin Impact can offer players the fuel and drive to keep playing. Two major factors that respondents say anchored their play sessions in general are the progression of the overarching narratives and the array of playable characters. Play sessions, we noticed, were significantly shorter if they had no particular goal in mind. Next, with identifying with characters or character relatability, engagement with the world is tied with the investment in their preferred playable characters and their own individual stories. We noticed that personal relatability towards characters fueled player engagement. It has gone to the point where, because of the gacha element of pulling for characters, meaning that there's no guarantee to even get them, players would often do months of just grinding missions to amass the currency needed to get their favorite characters. It has gone to the point where people even spend real-world money to buy the Primo Gems needed to attain these characters in the form of Primo Gem packages, battle passes, or Welkins.
So next up on the second major theme, which is that Genshin Impact oftentimes is seen as a site for various social interactions based on what the player deems fit. The first type is in terms of Genshin Impact seen as a site of strategic cooperation. This one is very self-explanatory. Sometimes some domains can be very difficult to go through. Some bosses you don't have strong enough characters to beat. And so what Genshin Impact allows you to do is to team up with other people who have stronger characters, or maybe characters that have elements that are stronger than the boss, and allow for them to be able to work together in order to get certain rewards and to also feel good about working with each other at the end of the day. So sometimes Genshin Impact turns into a site for people to work together towards a common goal. The second way by which Genshin Impact can be a site is as a site of camaraderie. So as we stated, co-op exists in Genshin Impact. And for a lot of people, or a lot of our participants, they also use Genshin Impact as a way to play with their friends. So you could add people as a friend, for example. You could explore the world together with your avatars. And you could also even chat with them using the in-game chat feature. Although it's important to note that a lot of players did not use the in-game chat function as much. Usually when they raid bosses, like in this quote right here, they usually just go on Discord and call with each other. And oftentimes they also trade mutuals. So they trade Twitter accounts with each other so that they can talk on Twitter and not on the game. I think a plausible reason for this is because the game doesn't allow you to really call anyone. You can only chat through them through text. But that's something that we observed. And the last is in terms of social interaction. The first thing we want to clarify here is that players generally play both solo and co-op. So it's more so a preference rather than avoidance. Sometimes players just want to explore the world on their own without being held back by other players' interests. And sometimes they just want to immerse themselves in the game, maybe the story, the characters, without having to do quests with other people. So those are the different ways by which Genshin Impact can serve as a site of players.
Sorry, thank you. So now moving on to our last major theme, which is now tackling the online community surrounding Genshin Impact. So whereas Genshin is seen as a site of, online communities are seen as sites too. So we'll be explaining the key differences between those two later on during our discussion portion. So the first major, or rather the first minor theme with this is that the communities are seen as places to find people with common interests. So it's pretty, how do we say, it seems pretty obvious that to join these online groups, you would need to have an interest to join. And for most of them, they just really wanted to connect and find people with similar interests, especially as the game came around during the pandemic and there was a lot of remote interaction. Finding these online groups for participants who found these online groups said that they found it as a nice way to connect with people with an interest that not all of their friends were particularly invested in. Additionally, the online communities and channels were viewed as an extension of their content that they could no longer get within the game. So the game could only offer participants so much until they logged out and they could no longer had access to information or content regarding the game. So this was seen as like an extended reach of Genshin Impact content rather. So for example, one of our participants stated that they wanted to see what other players were experiences and to see how they matched up in terms of their experiences. And there were also seen to be a lot of different online groups relating to Genshin Impact that we'll show here in a bit. So here are some screenshots of what happens when you search Genshin Impact on Facebook. And these are just some of the groups that would fit here. So we blurred out all of the names so you can't really see. But once you click on the groups, you'll see that there are all kinds of groups. So there are buy and sell groups where people can sell their characters or obtain new ones they can trade. Or there are local and national groups, there are female-only groups, fan art sharing, and just basically all sorts of information available for players. So next, moving on to information. Genshin Impact online communities as a space to obtain information and strategies. So in addition to just finding people with common interests, people also wanted to join online groups to satiate their own personal needs relating to the game. So for most of them, it was specifically to obtain strategies or new information that, again, was not available in-game. And for many of the participants, online groups were optimal because of the way that they centralize information and categorize it according to their needs, and it's easily accessible for anyone who's in the group, especially if the group is public. So this also ties in with the previous theme that people are just looking for information for their own gaming needs. And yes, so as it says here, information was a key motivator for both this particular theme and the last one. So here we have some screenshots of, although you can't see it on the text, but these were people sharing their builds on how to maximize the stats for their preferred characters. And then there was also this screenshot where people were asking for help on how to build characters. So then our last one was on lurking, or people who joined online groups just to get information by simply viewing the content. So for a lot of our participants, they noted that they didn't particularly engage with their online communities. Rather, they realized that even though they wanted to get the information, they could do so just by joining their group and reading the content, scrolling through, as other people had already asked for the same things that they were looking for. So this was one of our groups that we joined. This was one of the largest with over 140,000 members. And as you can see in the screenshot, it's not quite visible, sorry, but the post on the left was posted 15 minutes ago, and the one on the right was posted 2 hours ago. So these were taken just yesterday at the same time. And regardless of when the time was posted, both posts hardly garner even 1% of the total total number of people inside the groups. Even when you sort by the relevancy, these hardly garner reactions when you consider how big the groups actually are. So next discussion.
Okay, so now we're gonna move on to the discussion. We're going to interpret a lot of the data that we just discussed right here. So on the first research question, where we will use the actor network theory to explain how the game necessarily works. So in general, the way that actor network theory explains how the games work is quite simple. The various non-human actors present within the game construct an experience that players go through, and this is how it does it. So for example, in terms of the interactions between the hardware and Genshin Impact, it's described to be a bit of a codependent relationship. On one hand, you cannot play the game unless you have a smartphone, for example, or a PS4. So the game allows for you to choose multiple platforms by which you can play the game, and they also give you ways to adjust the settings so that it runs smoother, for example, or it could even run at all. But at the same time, the game is very intensive. There's a lot of content in it. There's a lot of characters. There's a huge world to explore. That takes a lot of resources to render. So the game as well kind of creates a structure of different hardware that works for the game and doesn't work as well, which is why a lot of players, for example, experience having to switch from a smartphone to a laptop in order for them to play the game with a much better experience, because it's faster, the big screen is bigger, etc. In terms of the second way by which the game constructs an experience is in terms of freedom at the cost of time. So from the discussion, from the data rather, it should be very clear that the game has a lot of content. You can choose what characters you want to play as, you can choose the domains you want to focus on. But a lot of these things are often locked behind a ranking system, where the game forces you to play a lot in order for you to get a certain character, where the game forces you to complete certain domains and have certain characters in order for you to get certain items that you want. So it's freedom at the cost of time. The game makes you play through the game in order for you to truly experience the adventure that Tevat is providing you. But lastly, the game has a world of personality. So not only does this work with the previous thing I discussed, in the sense that you have a lot of freedom to play the game, and the game also offers you different characters that you like. A lot of the characters that you like are locked behind ranking systems or primogams, but at the same time, a lot of these characters are made up of non-human actors, like dialogues of voice lines, for example, or their design in general, or even their story, which work together to construct a human-like figure that people connect with, and thus that gets them to play the game, that gets them to really spend the time to go through the ranking system. So this is the first research question. This is how the game constructs an experience. On the second research question, let's then look at how people interpret the experience that the game is giving them. So to summarize this entire discussion, basically their connection to the game is established by their motivation, which is defined by their understanding of the game. So for example, when we look at the story and the characters, the way people understand these characters is based on their life experiences. The reason why some players connect to Ayaka is because they see themselves in Ayaka. They see parts of Ayaka that are not present with their own personality, and that drives them to want to then protect Ayaka, to strengthen her, to make sure that she is the strongest character in their arsenal. Or for example, with the in-game system, the process of choosing whether or not they want to focus on strengthening characters or just experiencing the story is one that requires them to experience the game and to reflect on how they feel about the game system and the characters that they're playing with, which leads to them prioritizing one or the other. But furthermore, the in-game system and the way that they understand it shapes how they play the game. So certain items become more important to them based on their experience using those items, or certain game modes become a tool for them or a distraction based on their experience playing co-op with friends, for example, or their experience playing the game for themselves. This is how players get the experience that the game is pushing upon them and interpreting them in a way to decide how they play the game and how they want to enjoy their time.
Next is the how do players understand how players perceive the online community and the game itself. First off, we have noticed that players perceive the game and the community to have unique boundaries. They often see them as two unique spaces. specifically concerning the level of engagement needed to experience different events. People's experiences with the game themselves seems to be more passive, with the game often leading players down avenues of different kinds of experiences which players can interact with. Online communities dedicated to the game require more active and purposeful engagement from individuals, with players joining with already a goal in mind. Concerning toxicity, one's experience with online community also entails the possibility of the exposure to toxic behavior, which often affects their perception of the game and its online community. Participants share their dislike of certain kinds of players, such as tryhards, who take the game too seriously and call other people casuals, and whalers who use real money to accrue assets in the game, which free-to-play players often frown upon. These differences, while creating unique visions and perspectives on what the game is, also cause tensions between the haves and have-nots, and between one player and another, which often causes these incidents of toxicity. However, next, with the communities as a safe space, many forums and communities also featured in this study have rules and guidelines that try to limit the amount of toxic behavior allowed in the site through moderation reporting. Players would also join spaces made by close friends and people that they trust so that interpersonal drama can be settled amicably, while others, like one of our respondents, took it upon themselves to create their own safe space for which people can share fan work and fan art, the toxicity that appears in fandom spaces.
So lastly, moving on gender discussion. So the first major theme that we realized was that, or that we came across, was that the perverse nature of gender issues. So when we were creating our research questions, we tried to create them as neutrally as possible, asking things like, how do you perceive your online communities? What are your experiences like? And then from there, the respondents would take it upon themselves to discuss how they felt that they were experiencing gender-based discrimination, some saying that they didn't like how misogynistic the community could be at times, and that it was overall just very, very perverse, as I mentioned. So treatment, and this was present also in how characters were treated. So specifically, it was noted that a lot of female participants noted that male players tended to express their own sexual desires and fantasies onto other female characters, but there wasn't so much information about the other way around, where female participants were expressing their own fantasies onto male characters. So this also came up as gender issues as a toxic issue, specifically how women are the only ones, or rather, at least according to our data, women were generally way more receptive to noticing gender biases, specifically to other female characters, giving the idea of disidentification in that they saw female characters but did not see themselves represented in those characters. So yes.
Time's up. Group 2, we're very sorry for pressing you for time. Please be seated. We now invite comments and feedback from the panelists, starting off with Miss Jessica Claudio.
Hello, ako ulit. I think Barry is not yet in the room kasi in transit pa siya. But he will send the comments daw on your manuscript later, I think. And I also asked him if may question siya na pwede ko nang erase ngayon, pero hindi pa siya nag-reply. So ako muna. But yun, again, congratulations for your presentation and your manuscript. Medyo matipid yung manuscript ninyo, compared to others that I have also read. And there's certainly space na pwede nyo pang i-extend yung analysis ninyo. And maybe our comments can also help you improve the manuscript. No? So in terms of questions first, madadaling questions lang naman. So you mentioned kanina in your methodology, that you use the digital ethnography, or you borrowed digital ethnography methods, and then you also observed Facebook and Discord groups. Tama. But you did not code the content of these groups.
We have During the interviews, we did take notes, and for the most part, word for word. We have access still to all of our transcripts and our video recordings, so we just have those like as personal reference, but we didn't include it here specifically, but we do have those.
Ayun. Bakal, if you still have time, you might want to parang select a Facebook group, a community, kasi isa sa mga ine-emphasize ninyo dito is yung opening na binibigay ng game for the creation of online communities. And of course, the online communities also serve a function in playing the game, as you have mentioned. So you might want to select one na sa tingin ninyo, may criteria siguro, and then look at some of the posts or some of the discussions there to supplement or to support your findings from the interviews. You already mentioned one, which is yung engagement, which is what I like that you pointed out, the lurker behavior. I think it's interesting kasi parang in-interrogate niya yung notion ng community na pag sinabi ba natin community, kailangan nagpa-participate ka or pwede lang na miyembro ka and that you're lurking. So parang yung pagpapalalim din nun. Well,
Ayun, that was actually one of the major, but it was one of our initial revisions, was that when we wanted to talk about community building, we realized that there wasn't actually much building of communities because most people preferred to be lurkers and instead just kind of passively take on the content that they were looking for, as opposed to actually contributing and reaching out to other people. So it was more about finding people to connect with but not necessarily build relationships with them.
Yun, exactly. And that's on one side. On the other side, kapag halimbawa the ones that you posted here kanina, they created content, for the lack of a better term. Hindi sila influencer, but they created content about the game. Probably because they just want to share how to defeat this boss or something. Parang on their side, there's also, meron din silang mga motivations, di ba? Parang why publish it in a group as a member of that group, di ba? So parang may pagnunuance ng konti when it comes to membership in an online community, online gaming community. Similar din sa comment ko kanina sa grupo, you might want to also present a visualization of how to, your analytical framework, yung parang using actor network theory, as well as parang nilalapat ninyo yung naging findings ninyo para mas madali for the reader. Na kasi, I think important to note in your topic is, parang merong notion, parang halimbawa, reader kami, hindi namin research yan. So, kailangan namin basahin. But also, hindi kami player ng Genshin Impact. So, parang for us, kailangan namin ng guides na yon para maintindihan. Although you do naman describe them using words. So, para lang to supplement that portion of your manuscript. Dun sa question number 1 nyo, your answers ninyo, actually, for most of your research questions, my comment and Barry's comment also was that alam na namin to, parang what's something new that you found out from your research. So kumbaga, kung hindi kayo nag-thesis about Genshin Impact, we know that the in-game assets affect your gameplay, di ba? We know that the different components, both the human and non-human, work together to create that environment. Pero ano yung bago na nakita ninyo, particularly doon sa paggamit ninyo ng gender na lens? Kasi specific kayo na female video game players. Pero in the manuscript, it felt like an afterthought yung standpoint ng mga babae. So parang at the first part of your manuscript, you establish the need to provide a space for female video game players to express, di ba? Their perceptions of the game and the community. Pero during the discussion, nawala si female standpoint. And then sa dulo, there's the toxicity part. And then parang meron yung ang tawag dito, experiences ng women na mas gendered. Parang hindi siya even all throughout na parang importante sa inyo yung female standpoint. So, parang kung meron kayong in your transcripts, because you mentioned you have the transcripts naman, kung pwede nyong siyang gawing mas even in that regard. So, halimbawa, yung how do the different components of Genshin Impact work together? What is it that what's unique about GI and why is it worthy of being studied in relation to the female experience? Diba? Parang meron bang something sa component ni Genshin Impact na sa tingin ninyo mas likely yung mga mas attracted yung mga babae to play it because let's say it's more of a safe space, ganyan. So parang lalapatan ninyo nung standpoint theory na ginagamit ninyo. Tapos halimbawa, yung in-game assets ninyo, which is research question number 2. So, paano kino-construct yung in-game assets na yon para marketable siya sa mga babae? So, parang yung, again, the standpoint of mga babae, parang not just in surfacing the gender issues, but also in how they experience the game. Kasi yun yung talagang gusto nyong i-discuss. So, yun, baka you might want to respond first. Nasa transcript nyo ba yun? Or do you have sufficient data to parang i-integrate ninyo sa manuscript ninyo?
In terms of the gender discussion specifically, those are mentioned by some of the participants when it comes to being able to describe their experiences with the game. I think one thing that we also noted was that oftentimes it also gets brought up sometimes without us having to prompt them to discuss these things. So they are there. At most, we would admit that we'll try to go through the transcript to see if there's other things that we did miss. But those exist in the manuscript, and we'll try to adjust those exist in the data that supports the manuscript, and we'll try our best to adjust the manuscript to reflect those more accurately. In terms of being able to analyze at least especially the first 2 research questions and being able to elucidate more unique responses from them beyond what is already known. The one I would note is in research question number 2, the most unique part there is the fact that the game or rather players interpret these kinds of experiences in order for them to decide how they want to play the game. That's one thing that I kind of noted as unique, but I'll still try to look more into that to maybe flesh it out a lot more. And for the first research question, admittedly, given that there isn't much data on actor network theory, there is a bit of a struggle to kind of figure out the unique aspect of games and how they work in order to find something new to present there. But one thing that I wanted to at least bring out in that theory is the idea that the way that games are constructed, the way that games work, can sometimes create new experiences or new ways by which the player could enjoy the game or understand how the world works. So games have an impact on how players perceive the world, more specifically the Genshin Impact community. And this is defined by the different parts of the game and how they function. Like how did the different characters work together, how the lore, for instance, impacts discussions of how we talk about these characters, etc. I'll try my best to still work on this to make sure that it's a lot clearer in terms of what is unique about it. But that, at the bare minimum, is how I at least perceived research question number 1 and how we also interpreted it as well.
Also something with regards, for example, with regards to the hardware, main reason why there isn't, for example, discussions of gender there was because there was no suggestions of it in the data. Like we didn't really come across any respondent who answered, I like using these headphones because they're pink and it's a girly color. All of them were really more focused on the functionality and how it really put them, how it immersed them into the game. So for like across the board, when we were talking with our respondents, when we were interviewing them, most of them really focused on their experiences of the game as they were not so much including a female stance on it up until the very end when it came to the discussion of their online communities. Those were the only instances where they experienced something that was related to gender. So yes, I hope that like answers.
I think also a function of that is yung, sabi nyo kanina, neutral nyo, parang or unprompted yung questions ninyo, which is why I think some of the more standpoint-ish ang tawag dito, findings did not really come up.
Also kasi one thing that when we were crafting with the when we were going about the research was that we wanted to see if it would come in, like with the last set of data, to see if it would still come up because it's already so ingrained, or research that focuses on women kind of forces that viewpoint on them that, oh, you have to view it as a female, as a feminine experience. So we wanted to see how else it would come out, if at all. And as I mentioned, it really only shows up when it comes to like their more personal experiences relating to other people, but not necessarily them projecting onto like other characters or assets relating to the game.
Yeah, kasi may technical aspect eh. So parang when you frame it neutrally, they might think na, oh, you're talking about the technical aspect, my hardware, di ba? Not really my experience buying the hardware or parang the color of the hardware. And it's not comparative as well. So wala ring ganong lumalabas. In the second question, baka part of what you can also get from the data later on is yung, you mentioned something about they need to relate with the characters. Pero meron ba kayong mga, baka may mga na follow-up questions kayo na about the personal values of the characters. Parang bukod sa pagsabi nila na we can relate to this character, yung tipong what is it about that character? What are the values that you have that make you relate to that character? So mas fleshing out lang. And medyo matipid din kayo sa quotes. Maybe you might want to also integrate some of the direct quotes from your respondent kasi standpoint yung theory ninyo.
All right. There are instances where they did discuss the specific values of that character, and we'll definitely try to add more of those quotes in the paper. Like for instance, one of the participants mentioned that the reason why they liked a certain character is because to them, that character went through an experience like them not being as acknowledged anymore by their family, for instance, that the player specifically related to, and they saw themselves within that character. Or in other instances, they noted specific personalities of Ayaka, for example, noting that she's very confident, she knows what she's doing, etc. And for that player, they saw themselves in that character in the sense that the character has some certain values that I don't. So it makes me feel fulfilled playing that character and seeing them grow because they are who I am not. But that also makes me enjoy the character. So we'll definitely try to include those in the research.
Interesting din yung binanggit mo na yan. Kasi pwedeng reflection siya, pero pwede rin namang reflection siya ng wala siya. Or reflection siya ng hindi niya identity. Parang second identity niya, na different sa kanyang self. So yan, mahalagang ilagay sa manuscript ninyo. And then the last lang siguro would be to be very clear about the implications of your research in terms of females' experiences in video games and the online communities. So you also didn't look into parang kunwari whether these communities are exclusive to female members, di ba? Yung konsepto ninyo ng safe space parang devoid lang ng konti ng gender. So yun lang yung comments ko kasi very explicit sa title ninyo yung women, yung gender, pero hindi siya masyadong nakita in the analysis. So, yan.
I think kasi with our study, it was really more on exploration. Like we didn't want to frame it as like what we mentioned earlier. Their experiences are always framed as a result of men projecting their feelings, their perceptions onto women. So when we were crafting our research, we wanted to really highlight just how they perceive their world, and it just so happened that this was what they came up with. So it kind of runs parallel to men experiences if you take out the idea of men forcing their opinions onto women, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but then you have to justify bakit kailangan. Parang nawawala kasi yung, parang wala siyang, kasi tulad nga ng sabi mo, kung hindi mo sinabing babae yan, parang mas general siya na. So parang ano yung, bakit kailangan specifically meron kang...
In my head, it's more to showcase the fact that there are, that they should be similar, that they should be equal. But the current studies that we've found so far always view them as lesser than men, as smaller because they are a result of male experiences being projected, as previously mentioned. So with our study, it's kind of showing that they aren't beneath or they aren't an afterthought. They are their own experience. But that always gets lost in research because there's a specific framing of men versus women going into it.
So walang...
No naman. It's more of that to really emphasize the fact that they exist on their own and that they can exist on their own. But because of how patriarchal society is, we kind of lose sense of that idea that they can stand on their own, or like as its own research. It's just that everything else before it kind of waters their experience down if it's not being done in comparison to a male counterpart.
Kailangan pang i-flesh out yan na part na yan. Kasi usually, tama ka, pag kumanap ka naman talaga ng gendered research, it's always comparative experience. So, and we know na hindi naman talaga nagsisimula on the same equal, diba, ground yung experiences ng babae at lalaki. So, kailangan i-acknowledge din natin yun. So, kaya nga meron kayong female standpoint theory for that. Yun. And then, si Barry says, yun, the comment also on maybe putting more anecdotes or direct quotes dun
Miss
sa
Jess,
manuscript.
excuse me, Mr. Barry Codera is now online.
Ayan, okay. Sige, baka mas gusto niya.
Thank you. We now invite Mr. Barry Codera, who's joining
Hello.
us through Zoom.
Ayan. Hi, Jessie. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. A few comments lang, no? Just like what I sent kay Jessie kanina. Maybe it's better if we include direct quotations or anecdotes doon sa ating manuscript, no? Basically, we want to, since the intention naman was very clear na you really want to give a voice to women and hindi lang sila tignan as compared to men, no? Curious lang ako if during your interviews may mga answers ba na nagli-lead towards having alternative identity inside the online space as compared to the physical space. Like for example, women feeling more empowered because of their character, because of who they are in the online space. Yun nga, so may mga ganun bang mga sharing, no, during the interviews?
In the data that we have, I think na it's more about projecting characteristics and personalities that they see in themselves onto the characters and feeling like seen and being empowered by those characters and their stories, if that's what you ask.
Something else, it wasn't so much about them living a different life inside of the game, but there were some answers talking about how when they saw that male characters picked female characters or that they wanted to build on the female characters, that was when they felt empowered, but it wasn't so much on their specific experience being of them living inside of the game. So, yes, sir. That was the main.
Yeah. And did you try to dig deeper as to their preference kung bakit ito yung character na gusto nila, ano yung meron doon sa character na yon, ano yung profile ng character that basically, well, one, empowers them, and other reasons siguro.
Yes, sir. So for a lot of them, they were talking about how when they were picking their favorite characters, a lot of it had to do with personal relatability. So if they had similar life stories or they felt as though their character was kind of emblematic of their own personal life story, like in real life, then they decided that that was the character that they really wanted to strengthen or to take care of. And yeah, there was no, what do we say? There was no like consistent reason. It was more of just that they found themselves in the character, but the particulars of it varied player to player.
Okay. Siguro last na lang. Curious lang ako, bakit 10 lang yung naging participants natin?
So we picked 10 because when we were doing some background research, we read that for the themes to be more accurate, it had to show up at least with 6 different different individuals. So we had 6 initially, and then we just added a few more just to kind of make sure that we could strengthen data. And from the 10, we also had 2 male participants to see if, just to kind of nuance data and see how their answers would compare, if at all. But overall, yeah, they seem to strengthen the female experiences also for some, or the female answers rather.
Sige. So, siguro few comments lang ulit, no? Ulitin ko na lang yung minention namin ni Jessie kanina on putting anecdotes. And siguro baka better din na at least provide a profile kung ano yung mga characters na yon that they try to, that seems to be relatable to them. So, para mas palatable din to the people who will read your. So ayun, thank you very much Joshua, Noel, and Paolo. Thank you, Jessie.
Thank you, Mr. Codera, and thank you, Miss Jess. We now welcome our third group, which comprises Karen Joy Perez, Colleen Jurgen Katindoy, and Randall John Palasco. The research is entitled Pasig's Putot Laksa, Establishing the Cultural Significance of Food in a Given Locality. In the interest of time, panelists will also be timed, unfortunately. So we are giving you, or you'll be given 5 minutes per person, per panel member. Thank you.
Hello. Ayan. Thank you po. Good morning, everyone. Have you ever heard of putot laksa? For most of us, the answer is probably no. And that's why we're presenting our study here today. Pasig's putot laksa, a perfect combination of culture and identity. We'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Doc Z, our advisor, and Doc Andrea and Sir Ige, our panelists for today. So what is putot laksa? Putot laksa is a unique dish from Pasig that combines puto or sticky rice with laksa or mixed sauteed vegetables, which results in a marriage of sweet and salty flavors when both of these components are eaten together. With this being part of Pasig's culture and history, the researchers wanted to determine its significance to Pasigueños. And for this research, we had 2 main objectives. The first being to identify the specific groups of people who remain aware of putot laksa and consider it as a culturally important dish of Pasig. So under this, we had 2 main questions. Number 1, who are the people who remain aware of putot laksa? And number 2, what is the significance of putot laksa to Pasigueños depending on their positionality? So positionality refers to their age, socioeconomic status, and geographic location or place of residence within the city. For our second objective, we wanted to focus on the reasons and factors contributing to putot laksa's gradual disappearance from Pasig cooking. We asked, why is it not commonly sold nowadays? And how is it promoted to the current generation? This is because we initially observed that the dish was not readily available in the public market or even in carinderias. And as a result, only members of the old generation are aware of the dish.
For the research methodology, we used a combined approach of participant observation and key informant interviews focused on 3 main demographics: those who sold putot laksa, those who were experts on Pasig culture, and those who consumed the dish itself. We used a questionnaire guide, but these were filled with free-flowing conversational questions so that we could better gather data from the interviewees. And of course, all of this was compiled in a thematic analysis. As for the scope, the study was qualitative in nature, with these loose and dynamic conversations allowing for allowing for more focus on the perspectives attached to the dish and how it relates to the people's lives. Of course, it was also necessary for us to document the gustatory experience of having consumed the dish and highlight what it means to the people. As for the limitations, while the dish has had an oral tradition, it was deemed unnecessary to trace the origins of the dish, as this would be too difficult. It was also a limitation for us to focus more on quality instead of quantity, with only having a total of 16 interviews. Another limitation was that the study was only confined to Pasig. There was a significant lack of literature on the topic, which means we had to start from scratch, and of course, logistical and financial constraints.
So now moving on to our findings, we were able to locate or get to know 3 cooks from Pasig, and each of these cooks had their unique recipes with their own twist, their own mix of ingredients, and their own cooking processes, which resulted in the distinct flavor profiles for each of their versions. And the cooks also added certain ingredients based on their preferences or how they wanted their dish to taste like. Some added hibe, peanut butter, and even chicharon. But basic ingredients remain. For the puto, this always has glutinous rice flour, gata or coconut milk, and sugar, while the laksa has sitaw, puso ng saging, and again, gata. In a similar manner, while the process of cooking also differs from one cook to another, it always involves continuously stirring the puto until it thickens, while the laksa is sautéed to mix all of the ingredients together. And the trick is to make the puto soft but not too sweet, while the laksa is crunchy, so meaning the vegetables are not overcooked, but not too salty to achieve balance when both of these components are eaten together. As a pair, or terno as the cooks call it, both components usually take any time between 1 hour and 30 minutes to 4 hours to prepare, depending on how large the order is. So in terms of the gustatory experience or the process of actually eating and enjoying the dish, while the pairing may be bizarre for some of us here, consumers who grew up eating it maintain that the sweetness of the puto perfectly complements the savory flavors of the laksa. Although they can't exactly explain in words how this works, they maintain that the softness of the puto aids this combination well. Nevertheless, it's still surprising for people who will taste putot laksa for the first time, especially if the said consumer is not particularly fond of vegetables. However, this is also a unique selling point for putot laksa for consumers who are looking for healthier food options for merienda, unlike the common fried food that we have like turon or banana cue. And in terms of its popularity or rarity, compared to its heyday when it was sold on a daily basis by street vendors, nowadays, only few family cooks continue making the dish and only on a bulk order basis. While these sellers also sold their products online, not being able to see the dish in Pasig itself hinders the new generation to be introduced to the dish, much less be able to taste it. And so it was mostly the older people who remain aware of what putot laksa is, and this is also related to their length of stay in Pasig, with most of the people we interviewed having lived in the city for 10 or more years. In addition to this, the increase in production costs combined with the decrease in demand for putot laksa also forced some of the cooks to stop cooking, especially on a daily basis. With the ingredients also being prone to spoilage like gata or coconut milk, there's also a risk of wastage if the products are not sold out within the day.
Next, we move on to the factors that contribute to making putot laksa a marker of Pasig identity. So one of the most common answers as to why this dish had to be protected is that, quote-unquote, it was a part of their history. In the past, Pasig had been renowned for its cocina pasigueña, or Pasig cuisine. The city has had a rich culinary history, with chefs having gathered here in the past and developed their own unique styles of cooking, with putot laksa being one of the many products that were produced here. And when asked about their fondest memories of Pasig, almost all interviewees pointed towards the joyous celebrations during the fiesta season. While the subject of these fiestas were religious in nature, it was also an opportunity for different types of food to be sold and shared, putot laksa being one of the many kakanin that was sold during celebrations, while also being a staple of everyday life. The length of stay was one of the more important factors in determining whether you were a true Pasigueño, a Taal who had grown up there, or a Dayo who had moved in later on in their lives. They believed that the longer you've stayed in Pasig, the more they felt like they belonged to the city. And of course, attached to this length of stay is the knowledge of traditional Pasig cuisine. with less and less people getting to know the dish, with more dayo moving in, and new generations being unaware of the dish. And lastly, the dish is also important in upholding the reputations of family cooks. Certain locations and landmarks, famous family names, and a loyal customer base are built on these bestsellers and signature dishes. And this is actually how the researchers were able to find their interviewees.
On the factors that affect Putut Laksa's future, we have the following. So the first is on Pasig LGU and their efforts. Now, on our work in Pasig, we found a budding City Affairs and Tourism Office on its final stages of its cultural mapping project. This cultural mapping project is important and will be discussed also later on. Now, it was initially funded by the UNDP and got carried on by the NCCA. Currently, it is being implemented by the Pasig Museum and the Pasig Kato. Now, in that project, Putut Laksa was identified to be a part of Pasig heritage. However, they deemed that the Putut Laksa significance is insufficient and hence it was dropped. Now, as to the reason why it was dropped, Miss Anna of the Cultural Heritage Museum would like to discuss this in the paper. Now, next, we have weakening cooks and shifting taste. These two problems affect Putut Laksa greatly. First, we found that the producers or the cooks have difficulty passing down their dishes or their family business. Nahirapan sila ipamana yung business nila and hindi na willing yung next generation to take it up. Second is on the proliferation of fast and foreign food. Younger generation would prefer convenient food and foreign food over the local or over what the older generations are used to having. Aling Rebecca has this to say. Ayan. Okay, next is on documentation and promotion. There is a need for larger visibility according to the LGU. And on that note, they would like to start on heritage documentation. They say na dapat magsimula tayo sa pagdodocument ng heritage bago tayo mag-promote. And hence, it is important for Putut Laksa to be in that heritage list where it was dropped. However, on promotion, central to the idea of promotion, across the board, from the producers to the consumers to the expert, visibility is key to its promotion according to them. And that through SOCMED being featured, TikTok daw yung that's how you promote it. Thank you.
Moving on to our analysis, we will be using two main theories, and we begin with food sociology. Food sociology is a specific branch of sociology that focuses on the role played by the social environment in which food is produced and consumed. It also borrows Emile Durkheim's functionalist perspective, which says that food and eating gives structure and organization to social life, thereby shaping identity of the individuals in the process. So in terms of Putut Laksa being part of Pasigueño identity, going hyperlocal allowed us to delve deeper into Putut Laksa's significance for residents in relation to to how they perceive their identity as Pasigueños. In fact, most of the people we talked to during the interviews mentioned the food that they ate when reminiscing about their fondest memories in the city, and this allows them to also create shared experiences with other Pasigueños, especially those who consider themselves to be Taal na Pasigueño. However, while this food or Putut Laksa allows people to be together, it also allows the creation of barriers among them. While the Taal na Pasigueños can be proud to know about the dish, the Dayo remain unaware of what it tastes like because it's not available nowadays. And moreover, the older generation can be nostalgic about how it tastes like, while pointing out the younger generation's picky eating habits or preference for foreign and fast food. And finally, on a larger scale, the pairing of puto with laksa also distinguishes Pasig from other neighboring cities like Taguig and Pateros, who have their own versions of inutak. And finally, various factors give food meaning, and these are embedded in an individual's context or positionality. Beginning with geographic location, proximity to the poblacion or city center results in Putut Laksa's gâteau de terroir or unique flavor, giving it its authentic taste, which is difficult to be replicated in other cities or locations. And in terms of interpersonal relations, Putut Laksa is also tied to family relations, with recipes being passed on from one generation to another, giving a family its identity or mark within their area. And for economic significance, women, most of the cooks we talk to, use this as a source of income to provide for their children without having to leave their homes. So overall, food sociology posits that what we eat, how we eat, and why we eat are linked to processes of interaction, culture production, and heritage preservation. So for people who remain aware of Putot Laksa, they can connect it to the formation of their identities as individuals and as Pasigueños, dependent on their positionalities within the city's culture and history, and in relation to other social actors that they interact with on a daily basis.
Hand in hand with food sociology is Pierre Bourdieu's concept of habitus. Now, this concept discusses how people perceive the social world they inhabit and its different characteristics. The habitus is observable through the different ways they interact with the social world, manifested through their behaviors, attitudes, beliefs, and others. Tying this into food, people's tastes are shaped by their surroundings, as these are their responses to their social world. But before that, it must be acknowledged that there are also new and emerging that there are new consumption patterns that have emerged and are distinct from the past. For one thing, the current generation is largely unaware that Putot Laksa even exists. While respondents cited that it was very common when they were children, commonly sold when they were children, nowadays its production, selling, and consumption is scarce and dish is very inaccessible to most. So without its presence, it did not get a chance to shape the taste of the current generation. In line with this, there's also a growing disinterest in local cuisine, specifically those sold in local establishments. Due to different countries' food expanding the palette of people, malls having different foreign establishments, and technology making it more convenient for people to order online, local establishments, such as those that sell Putot Laksa and other local food, are not supported. But aside from taste, there is also a disinterest in inheriting the recipe and continuing family businesses, as different careers have opened up for the current generation. This expands the horizons of the current generation, but at the same time, somewhat diminishes what is already there. Thankfully, efforts such as those of the LGU have made it so that efforts that make accessible the opportunities to expose people to Pasig's culture. One such example is the monthly Heritage Walk of Pasig, where people get a chance to see Pasig's history, architecture, and food. So overall, Bourdieu's concept illustrates how tastes are being shaped in real time. When Putot Laksa is not made available to people, it will only continue to fade away from the public consciousness. That is why they must be aware of the fact that they need to adapt the new practices, platforms, and approaches of the current generation, else they risk the death and disappearance of dishes such as Putot Laksa.
In conclusion, the research was centered to two things. First is on Putot Laksa's significance to Pasig and Pasigueños, and second, an investigation surrounding its disappearance and future. Now, this was explored through two main ways. First is interviewing the consumers, producers, and experts in the field in Pasig. And second is through a deep dive into its production, into the tightest of alleyways in Pasig para mahanap namin yung mga gumagawa. Now, we have discovered that first, indeed, Putot Laksa is an identity marker for both Pasig and Pasigueños. And second, the centrality of geography and age in establishing cultural significance. Attached to these findings are the threats to the existence of Putot Laksa. As mentioned before, the influx of foreign fast food, weakening cooks, and shifting taste. Also, the logistics or handling data is important. In conclusion, the findings point back to our message that studying the hyperlocal is studying effectively the interplay of history, of folkways, and of cultural shifts or changes. Our findings thus affirm Puto and Laksa's cultural significance, both as a livelihood and a dish served. Here are some recommendations from our team. So on method, first is how our research could have been more helpful if we had considered the NCCA guidelines. So may sasubmit namin siya sana sa LGU. Pwede pa rin naman though. Second is increasing the input from producers. Third is an acknowledgement of more space for a gendered nuance analysis. Next is on policy, an invitation for the LGU to account for the lessons they learned from the heritage mapping on personal management, because where we found 3 producers, they only found 1. Second is the centrality of visibility, as I've mentioned before. And third is the centrality in supporting businesses in sa pagmapamana nila ng business nila sa mga next generations. Lastly, and as mentioned in our thesis proposal, the importance of other topics such as historical analysis or the historical perspective or even of political economy. And next is the importance of the hyperlocal. The hyperlocal and doing this kind of research to other municipalities and localities, and the interesting fact that we can produce a completely different result. That I think is the main message of our thesis. And to end, and what we have learned in Pasig is that the challenge now is how we can keep Putut Laksa a significant culture item for Pasig, a part of culture and identity that is shared and served and not only reminisced. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Colin, Karen, and Randall. So you ended your presentation on time. Please be seated. We now invite our dear panelists for their comments. But before that, we have a new configuration for our panelists, so to maximize time. So panel members will now lay out all their comments and feedback all together, and then presenters will then respond. Starting off with Mr. Ige Ramos.
Sorry, my mouth is preoccupied. Good morning, congratulations. I'm not an anthropologist, but my heart is in food. So I love the idea that you discussed terno. It means that the Filipinos' taste buds is really sophisticated, and it was only numbed by fast food and colonial food. I mean, not colonial food. I mean, I love colonial food like Spanish food, you know, American, but yung fast food. No, it was numbed like industrial food, more like industrial food than. So, and my question is, why is it dropped in the NCCA food mapping? Later, you can react to it later, just like, and then, bakit siya insufficient? Kasi when I was like doing mapping in Cavite, my experience with Pansit Pusit, yung Pansit Choque and Sutinta, there's no one doing it, because primarily that particular dish is not sold in restaurants. That's the whole point. So you don't find food in karinderya in restaurants to be part of that food mapping. So you have to dig deeper. So people were food mapping in Cavite without realizing that there are, and then they're looking at the right places, meaning karinderya. Actually, dapat hindi lang karinderya, no? So you have to look at kasi and then talagang meron difficulty of passing the heirloom recipes to the younger generations, because primarily this kind of food has a social function. It's only like the Pansit Pusit is only eaten during wakes, during funerals, and it's not sold. Parang it's heretical pag binibenta to. So parang, tsaka walang bibili niyan kasi like, ba't ako bibili ng kulay itim na pansit? Because, yung parang, hinahanda to sa punerarya, tsaka sa mga patay, no? Sa mga lamay. Ba't ako bibili niyan, no? So parang, baka may meaning, no? So baka meron siyang gano'n, no? So hinahanapan ko ng social function, yung Putut Laksa, no? Tapos, yung food sociology, yun, no? Kailangan talaga merong cultural intervention. And then, when I found out that there's like a Pansit Pusit, like being cooked in households, there's one, karinderya in Cavite, that actually started cooking it. And then eventually, pumutok siya because of social media. So nawala na siya ng social function. Tapos lastly, I like the fact that you interviewed talagang ganun na kakonte. So wag nang hanapan ng NCCA ng maraming gumagawa or maraming practices. Kasi that's the whole point of food mapping. You try to dig and discover things that's not found in the usual spaces. Kasi ito yung mga spaces where food is cogitated, food is weighed or measured or ito yung mga spaces na regular spaces eh. You have to find in yung food in other spaces. Then lastly, kasi I only have 5 minutes. I'm still on time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. One of the yung lagi kong ina-advocate when I'm promoting local food, that because there's this interest in local cuisine. Lagi kong sinasabi na local is the new premium. The shorter shelf life your food is, the more expensive and better. So yun yung yung parang, if you buy a McDonald's hamburger, put it in don't refrigerate it, just leave it there. Hindi siya lalangawin, hindi siya ipisin. After 1 week, buhay pa rin. Tuyo lang yung lettuce, but the burger, the bread, still there. So nakakatakot siyang kainin. In other words. So I'd rather eat food with a shorter shelf life because it disintegrates, it's organic. So that's what people should be thinking about. And what they have is that kind of food. No? So that's why we have to tell this na local is the new premium. So dapat hindi lang, magkano tong ganito? Isa, if you don't mind asking, yung ganito. 200. Okay. Very, very good. Kasi ano na yan premium na, not everybody can afford a 200 putot laksa merienda. But for me, this is already a premium. Pero kung magkaroon siya ng demand, siguro bababa yung presyo. But we don't want that to happen. We don't want demand. We want quality. So people should stick to the kind of ingredients and And then lastly, yun nga very sophisticated yung taste I actually enjoyed it kasi parang yung turn na turn, And this actually it's very significant for me because this connects us to Southeast Asia. Maritime Southeast Asia to Penang. And then the kind of galapong, the kind of the use. Siguro parang nabura na yung connection natin sa ASEAN. But if you go to Penang, to Surabaya, to Bali, to Purwokerto, yung mga probinsya, Putrajaya, to Ipoh, you can find this kind of food. So this is really connects us to Southeast Asia. So yun, so congratulations on your research.
Thank you, Sir Ige. Any reaction?
First is on the significance po, dun sa question about the significance why it was dropped. Dun sa guideline po na sinet ng NCCA, there's actually specific significance measures. There's aesthetic, economic, and historical to name 3 out of the 4. And I think it was dropped because ang sabi po ng LGU is hindi niya nakuha yung parang minimum na 2 for those significance and hence it was dropped. Wala daw pong historical and aesthetic value. Parang insufficient ang wording net as government people. But yeah, so it was dropped and it will no longer be submitted to the NCCA.
And to answer din po the question on social function, parang we also ask po the consumers if they eat putot laksa on specific occasions. Tapos, they mentioned po na yun nga before, it was eaten on a daily basis, parang normal lang, walang special about it. Pero ngayon po, since it's not readily available or accessible, it's just ordered kapag po may occasions by the rich titas who still know about it.
Right. Thank you. Would you like to say more about?
Just to add to that, some of the consumers also cited that the dish was commonly eaten during Holy Week because ayun nga, there's no meat in it and it's just, yeah, just vegetables. And it's very healthy also. That's why usually old people like it.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Anjo, your comments, please.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed, the research and definitely the food. So it's really magical when you're able to actually experience the food. And just imagine, for instance, its preparation and then its ingestion. Because this is part of perhaps a social ritual among Pasigueños, diba? When if you will exercise your imagination, the time when it was still popular. But even now, as it is enjoyed as a rare kind of food, then I suppose you can even, imagine the delight in the dish, being served, right? By the titas of Pasig, if you know what I mean. So I think this is really a problem of, now, advocacy. What do we do with our food heritage? Okay, and this is one project, okay, that tells us exactly, how to do on the ground advocacy work. Okay, so it starts with locals, I suppose, like you, okay, who take an interest in your heritage. Okay, and this is one among the few achievements of the thesis. Okay, and this has to be encouraged. So you have to push for your publication to at least be archived in some, knowledge space. All right? Yeah. And my only question is, what's your argument? And kasi if, for instance, and I really like the way Ige phrased or framed, how local food can be appreciated. Okay, it has this kind of cultural social significance. It's part of a ritual. Halimbawa yung itim na pansit, di ba? Ano ngayon ang putot laksa? Right? So ano siya? Ano yung kanyang identity? Okay? So andun siya actually sa inyong manuscript, pero kailangan siyang palitawin kasi yung project ninyo kasama siya sa pagle-label kung ano ba talaga ito. Kasi nag-evolve ang pag-label natin ng mga food, di ba? And part of it would be the titas of Manila. The cook, everyone, the people the person who uploads it on TikTok, they all contribute to the discursive formation of what this food is about. So, what is your contribution to labeling Pasig's putot laksa? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anjo. Any reaction?
Okay, so in terms of the identity po of the dish, like why is it important to preserve and to be preserved and promoted within Pasig? I think we can trace it back po to its history or how it started even as a dish, because although yun nga po, naging mahirap for us to trace where it really started or how it started. When we talked to Sir Etcheche po of the CATO or the Cultural Affairs and Tourism Office, he mentioned po na it started because these were the ingredients that were available to them before, like gata, niyog, mga gulay na tinanim po ng farmers nila. And putot laksa was served to the farmers themselves po also as sustenance or food that they eat, because it's a complete meal na nga po, parang it's rice plus ulam combination. So you have all of the nutrients that you need. So parang on a physiological aspect, that's one of the things na we can contribute to why it's important to be preserved and promoted. Kasi konti na lang po yung mga ganong food that's available, not just in Pasig, but also in other parts of the Philippines. Like, where can we find a combination that's similar to putot laksa, something very sweet and something very savory? Parang that's common, like French fries and ice cream. Pero the specific components that make up putot laksa is what makes it unique, and that's what makes it important to be preserved and promoted to Pasig and even the whole Philippines, maybe eventually?
From about the question on identity po, what is Putot Laksa talaga? I think a part of our research proved that it was, and according dun sa natanong din po namin sa Pasig, na parang dati parang turon yan, dati parang staple talaga siya. Aside from having cultural significance, social function, it is also, it's a uniquely Pasig staple in that sense. I think that's the main identity of the dish, na parang right now is weakening and is really parang its cultural significance is eroding, and yun po yung identity niya for me, for us.
All right, thank you. The last comment would be Dr. Fernando Zialcita. You can use the mic po.
Thank you for the hard work that you put into it, and then I would like to thank the panelists all for having the time to come here to ask you as well as to taste the dish. Okay, I just have 2 points to raise. First of all, please emphasize the fact that you did purposely avoided a historical study, because to do a historical study, you would have to know what written documents there are, and those are not available for right now. Okay, so let Feliz and Maria focus on that. You, as students of anthropology or sociology, you focus on doing a study of identity and meaning. Okay. The second point I'd like to raise is we have to discuss between you, the three of, between us, what exactly the best theoretical approach will be now, given the data, because on the one hand you have functionalism, the other hand you have habitus. There are two different approaches. You have to decide, what really suits the data. Well, I'm sorry, this is the way anthropology works. It's very inductive. So you can find out what the data is, and then you look for the theory that will best explain. Okay.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Doc Z. Sure po.
Dalawang points. Parang, yun nga na, there's no actual documentation. Did you find any recipe, written recipe at all? Wala, no? Siguro you have to dig deeper into the kind of ingredients that they have. Makikita niyo yun sa ethnobotany. Like the use of sitaw, the use of ingredients. Tapos, bakit sitaw, bakit puso ng saging, and then bakit then yung galapong, and then you have to make a comparative study of how galapong is made in other parts. So may mga dictionaries, yung mga lengua Tagala, lengua Pampanga Silbergano, etc. And they've listed like galapong, siguro makikita nyo din doon. Kasi nga hindi naman tayo history, no? So, and then malinaw rin na yung nakalimutan ko lang i-point out yung how many are you from Pasig originally? Ikaw lang yung born and raised in Pasig. Tapos yung mga ninuno mo, Pasigueño din?
Yes.
Or Dayo?
I just know po starting from my lola, they grew up in Pasig.
They moved to Pasig?
They grew up there na po.
So, Rizal pa siya nun?
I believe so.
So, siguro importante din yung geographical movements nung matatrace nyo yung recipe on let's say, yun nga, no? You actually mentioned the idea of Taal and Dayo. Those things, no? So those are very important. Kasi yung food, umiikot yan eh. It's introduced, no? Walang endemic food talaga. Lahat yan introduced, circular, it goes around, no? So, yun nga yung one of my theories that kung bakit namatay ang Pasig. Can you imagine Kapitolyo mo sa Metro Manila? So Metro Manila actually killed Rizal, Morong, Pasig, and then it became industrial food, no? So siguro din yung makikita, no? Yung geographical framework siguro. Yan. Ayan.
Any reaction?
None from me pa. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Group 3.
Sandali lang. Colin, can you please
Go ahead,
emphasize positionality? Because actually, you grew up in the periphery of Pasig. You didn't grow up in the poblacion. That's why you were not aware of this dish.
Yes po. Even when I asked my lola if they know about the dish, they also did not know.
See?
But
That's important.
a barangay din kasi is, you take a few steps, you're already in Cainta. So, it's really at the outside.
Yes.
Outside of Pasig.
Yeah.
Whereas we were able to find the cooks and the consumers at the very center pa.
Yes, see?
Sorry, at a certain point of finding the dish, finding the cooks, nakarating na po kaming Pateros. Like paglabas namin dun sa street, hala, nasa Pateros na tayo. So it's really at the center din and the location.
All right. Thank you, Group 3. We're now down to the last group of presenters. I am now calling on Group 4. The research is entitled Beyond the Dance Floor, a snapshot of ethnographic study of sadomasochismo and danza organica and their generated spaces in Metro Manila as a nexus for identity, community, and exchange. By Carl, Tracy Antipuesto, Juan Miguel Corbina, and Lorenzo Neil Madriaga.
Oh, it crashed. Okay na. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Enzo Madriaga. This is Tracy Antipuesto and Meg Sarvina. And first off, we would like to thank our esteemed guests for being here today. Our thesis advisor, Sir Willie Torres, and Doc Angela Renzana, and Ms. Cherry Alfiler. Welcome back. So, today we present to you our thesis. And this is our agenda for today. Oh, I think it's hanging. Wait, it's hanging ata. We're currently having technical difficulties. Apologies for the delay. Okay, so this is our agenda for today. Now let us start off with the introduction.
Hello. So with the introduction, Metro Manila's dynamic nightlife scene is a cultural phenomenon where social and cultural transformation occurs. Change slide, please. Beyond mere entertainment, these vibrant spaces So as I was saying, Metro Manila's dynamic nightlife scene is a cultural phenomenon where social and cultural transformation occurs. Beyond mere entertainment, these vibrant spaces, especially those like Sadomaso Disco and Danza Organica, change slide, are crucibles for identity formation, community building, and societal change, weaving together individual expression and collective dynamics. These spaces have influenced cultural movements, music, fashion, and social dynamics over generations. In Metro Manila, nightlife collectives have evolved this landscape by transforming nightclubs from static venues into dynamic spaces that promote self and social identity, formation, and provoke social discussions. So just to give a bit of background, nightlife collectives are organizations that are equipped with the resources needed to create an event or to start a party. Members within this group can range from administrators to creatives such as photographers and videographers. Sadomaso Disco and Danza Organica are events thrown by nightlife collectives that take place in the Philippines, which seeks to promote inclusivity and social cohesion through music and dance. And according to Mendoza in 2023, parties like Sadomaso Disco allow LGBTQIA+ members to express themselves freely. Despite its inclusiveness, the collective encountered significant issues, including claims against a prominent member. Within the span of our ethnography, the co-founders had a falling out due to internal issues that will be explained later. This led to the dissolution of Sadomaso Disco and the creation of Danza Organica, marking a firm stand against harassment and a commitment to maintaining a safe and respectful environment. Despite the lack of extensive research on Metro Manila's nightlife socio-cultural aspects, the study aims to address this by analyzing the influence of collectives like the organizations we mentioned. Through our study, we hope to provide insights that can help us build stronger communities, celebrate our cultural diversity, and tackle the challenges we face in our city's nightlife.
So now I'll be talking about our research questions. Our main research question serves as the overarching theme of our study and seeks to understand how the social and cultural significance of nightlife spaces created by the two collectives is shaped by three key factors: community building, identity formation, and power dynamics. Our first sub-question aims to briefly introduce the concept of nightlife collectives and what they do, since they are a new concept not seen in other academic literatures that we wish to shed light on. This focuses on self-identity or the identity one forms about themselves. The next sub-question focuses specifically on the role of nightlife spaces in creating a sense of community and belonging. This basically focuses on social identity, or the portion of an individual's self-concept derived from perceived membership in a group. And our last sub-question is concerned with the power dynamics and hierarchies that exist within the spaces created by the collectives. It aims to uncover the social structures and mechanisms that govern these spaces.
Now, moving on, this is our conceptual framework. These spaces allow people to reflect on their identities through others' eyes and navigate communal responsibilities. Nightlife environments promote belonging and collective awareness by forming relationships between people with similar interests, beliefs, and characteristics. Stakeholders also negotiate and display power here. As we can see here in the diagram we've made, these nightlife collectives create the spaces wherein our three main tenets intertwine and as a result, spark dialogue that produces change in society. This is all grounded in reality because we can inject noteworthy incidents here, such as the Pura Luca incident in 2023 and the exaltation of the co-founder of Sadomaso Disco. More on that later. Now moving on to methodology, starting off with the research design. Using an ethnographic approach, this study delved into the social and cultural dynamics of nightlife collectives in Metro Manila, specifically Sadomaso Disco and Danza Organica. Through observation and semi-structured interviews, we immersed ourselves in these environments, uncovering insights into community building, identity formation, and their impact on social change. Guided by our conceptual framework, the study interpreted the fluid construction of identities and power dynamics within these spaces. By aligning ethnographic methods with theoretical paradigms, the research provided a nuanced understanding of how these spaces serve as platforms for personal expression and societal transformation.
Now moving on to the research setting. The events that we were able to attend took place in 3 venues. So we have Gravity Art Space and Paper Lantern, which are situated in Diliman, QC. And then we have South Sam Makati. So this is how they look like during the actual event. So going into each of them individually, Gravity Art Space is an art gallery hosting multiple rooms full of art installations and paintings. So for the event we attended, the spacious function hall to the left of the entrance was utilized as the main function hall where the DJ was and where people were dancing. There was also a long couch lining the walls of the space for everyone to rest whenever they were tired. And then going into Paper Lantern naman, it's the one in the middle. It's situated in the second floor of a Kowloon house. So the setup is built along one long hall where the DJ is positioned on one side of the room with a bar on the other end. And due to the lack of chairs in this venue, a lot more people were standing up when compared to the others. And then going lastly into South Sam, which is situated on the rooftop of Gervasia Center, a hotel in Makati. So as we ascended to the rooftop bar, we were greeted by an open garden space with a building whose walls are made of glass at the end of the floor. So now comparing the setting of Sadomaso Disco and Danza Organica. Overall, with Sadomaso Disco, the atmosphere was very dark and red, with the heavy use of smoke, which plays into the concept of anonymity within the event. So if Sado plays into anonymity and like being yourself hidden amongst the crowd, I guess Danza Organica is the opposite, where they want you to be seen amongst the crowd and be proud of it. Danza Organica used the color theme of blue and green, and although still dim, the lighting allowed for people to see each other's faces. And during their first event held in South Sam, they had art installations of a butterfly in a cocoon to possibly point to the concept of rebirth with the organization regarding the internal problems that they had in the past.
Now moving forward to the key informants and sampling. So first of all, we selected informants based on their active participation within the 2 collectives. So this ensured that there were diverse perspectives from patrons, performers, and organizers. And second, we extended the range of informants by allowing the initial participants to recommend additional interviewees. This broadened the demographic and the base of the study. Now for data collection methods, first of all, we immersed ourselves in the nightlife settings of the collective. So we observed the interactions and the cultural expressions firsthand to capture an authentic atmosphere and its dynamics. And second, we conducted both in-person and via email semi-structured interviews to the aforementioned stakeholders. And we also utilized a summary data concluding scheme chart to systematically organize and analyze the data collected. Lastly, we employed a detailed observation guide designed to target specific elements such as the 5 senses, which helped in capturing the nuanced aspects of the collectives. And for ethical considerations, so first of all, we ensured all participants fully understood the study's purpose and their rights. We provided clear information about the research to the interviews before their participation. Second, we prioritized the anonymity of participant data to protect their privacy. And third, we implemented strategies to identify and mitigate potential risks, especially the psychological or emotional associated with the study's sensitive topics. Lastly, we approached the subjects of alcohol and drug use with sensitivity and non-judgment, focusing on understanding that these elements are actually part of the broader cultural and social context of nightlife without stigmatization. And for limitations, first of all, we had a problem with event infrequency. Additionally, the transition period from Sadomaso Disco to Danza Organica further restricted our research opportunities. And second was the co-founder unavailability. We had difficulty in obtaining insights from one of the co-founders who was less accessible and responsive due to the allegations. So this unfortunately limited the perspective from a key figure in the organization. And lastly, the method of interview. We mostly relied on email interviews due to the participants' preferences. This, in our opinion, impacted the spontaneity and the context richness of responses compared to the in-person interviews that we had.
Now, let's go to the analysis and discussion portion, starting off with the section under self-identity. Now, how individuals interact and think about others shape their personalities according to Cooley's Looking Glass self-concept. These collectives say, "Come as you are," because they want to create a safe space for all. And the patrons do feel secure being themselves in these spaces, according to the interviews. The slide displays some of the general house rules that we can see that everyone follows. These collectives also draw diverse crowds, with a lot of attendees being part of the LGBTQ plus community, because no one judges anyone's actions, outfits, or demeanor. Famous artists and celebrities also attend these spaces, yet no one bothers them since everyone respects their own boundaries. In these spaces, some individuals are shy while some are outgoing. Even when you meet someone new, it seems like you've known them for a long time. Like, for example, we spoke to a potential participant during data collection, but instead of a semi-structured interview, we talked about life. Everyone cares for each other in these spaces. The music also brings people together. DJs may play various genres such as progressive house and deep techno, and the loud volume forces guests to converse closely. The music puts patrons in a trance-like state where they move freely, and most individuals move fluidly and jolt to the rhythm as if reacting intuitively to the music, while some merely bob their heads. Interviewees said that these events help patrons find themselves and express themselves creatively. One participant credited nightlife with improving their music choices and community ties, advancing their career. Patrons with comparable interests are encouraged to become friends, and social media postings reveal that these bonds extend beyond the events to everyday hangouts. A study by Northcote found that nightclubbing strengthens social networks and identity-seeking societies, while a study by Block thinks these small groups are gateways to bigger communities because they enable individuals to debate shared concerns and establish safe places for social change. One's fashion and music taste may also alter. The organizer said in one interview that one of their goals for each event is to present new music to the people, as can be seen with this quote. Both collectives' events invite patrons to listen to the new music and explore DJs' discographies while introducing performers to the community, creating a loop of patrons becoming performers and strengthening the communities. With regards to the outfits in these spaces, most of the regulars wear loose clothing because they sweat and dance all night. Nightlife debates and gender expression challenge identity associations in a changing social environment. The majority of Sadomaso Disco attendees wore black, while more people in Danza Organica wore bolder colors. Overall, people from everywhere go to these events as themselves and leave taking a part from the party that inspired them, allowing them to embrace themselves even more and becoming more brave in exploring various aspects of their lives, such as their careers, their interests, and above all, themselves. This is all possible thanks to the kind of community the collectives foster for their patrons.
Okay, everyone has a feeling of belonging to a certain group. I, for one, go to where I am welcomed, and I'll do my best to help at anything. I feel connected to anything as long as I am welcomed. And this is shared by one of the organizers, capturing the essence of one's innate need to be part of a community. This longing to connect, to be understood and accepted is a fundamental human experience, driving us towards spaces where our identities can resonate with others in harmony. In the two collectives, individuals are afforded the liberty to express facets of their identities that remain dormant in the more judgmental corners of their day-to-day lives. One of the patrons said this: "This reflection underscores the transformative potential of collectives, revealing their ability to elicit aspects of one's persona that are often suppressed by societal judgments. It's within the liberating embrace of these venues that attendees can explore and celebrate the full spectrum of their identities, unhindered by the fear of external disapproval." With that being said, the dynamics of social identity within these collectives can be further understood through the lens of social identity theory developed by Henry Tadgeville and John Turner. In the context of nightlife spaces, the us versus them mentality manifests not as a division between different groups of people, but as an internal dialogue between the different facets of one's identity. These venues thus become arenas where individuals can engage with and reconcile the multiple aspects of their identity, supported by a community that champions diversity and self-expression. Durkheim's theory of collective effervescence, explored by Ramin Paez, illuminates the power of collective gatherings. This theory explains that such spaces foster a heightened sense of unity and energy, transcending individual experiences and cultivating a shared emotional intensity. Patrons echo the statement with one noting, "It's about becoming in tune with your body and, like I said, being a part of something bigger than myself." Collective effervescence in nightlife venues not only enhances community and identity, but also inspires broader social and cultural engagement. This may be from activism to cultural projects. This quote illustrates how these experiences foster a collective drive for positive change. Durkheim's theory emphasizes that nightlife spaces are crucial not just for creating belonging, but also for inspiring societal transformation. It was noteworthy that despite the diversity and the inherent potential for identity conflicts outlined by Peter Black, actual instances of such conflicts were absent. It suggests that these collectives have cultivated an environment where differences are not just tolerated, but embraced, where the potential for division is transformed into opportunities for unity. Furthermore, the absence of conflicts underscores the efficacy of the strategies employed by these venues to foster inclusivity and mutual respect among patrons, whether through curating diverse musical lineups that appeal to a wide audience or creating atmospheres that encourage positive social interactions. These nightlife spaces demonstrate a proactive approach to mitigating identity conflicts. Reflecting on this, one realizes that the real strength of collectives like these two lies not just in their ability to bring people together, but in their capacity to maintain harmony within diversity. This harmony through shared experiences and collective joy provides a powerful counter-narrative to theories that predict inevitable conflict within social groupings. It suggests that with thoughtful management and a genuine commitment to community values, spaces can be created where social identities enrich rather than divide the collective experience.
Now going into the analysis of power. So within the space, there seems to be no social hierarchy as everyone is treated equally. Even celebrities are treated normally, like Madri mentioned earlier. This is best explained by a quote from a co-founder of the space to be referred to by the pseudonym of Jordan. So as you can see here, there's super rich people that go to these events, but they're treated normally. Like some even bring their bodyguards, but the bodyguards aren't let inside. So when talking about groups, there really is no social hierarchy. So given that power does not belong to one possessive entity within the space, the application of Foucault's analytics of power comes into use as it treats power as fluid and usable by everyone. So with that being said, the space's democratic and egalitarian approach to social interactions aligns with Morgenthau's definition of power as something that can range from overt violence to even the most subtle ways of influence people use over others. So in the case of these two organizations, they use power to foster a culture of self-regulation and mutual respect. In the space, power is held by the community and in exchange works for the betterment of the community as well. A good example of this was actually experienced by one of the researchers, Miggs, when he was going up the elevator to the space and got to ride with one of the organizers. And after having a quick conversation with them, the organizers gave him and his friends like drink stubs to use within the space. So we can see that the community really works for the community as well, for the nurturing of the community. But it's also important to note that when there's something or someone that can potentially harm the community, that is when power is exerted. So another one of the co-founders of Sadomaso, which will be referred to by the pseudonym of Pierre, had alleged sexual harassment cases which he did not do anything about, like he didn't clear it up, which made him look even more guilty. So because of this, the other co-founder, Jordan, and the rest of the organizers took a stand and made a new event called Danza Organica, excluding Pierre because of his actions. So as we can see here, like I said, when there's something or someone that can potentially harm the community, that is when power is exerted. And then it is important to note, however, that although power distribution is equal in the community, knowing the right people can get you privileges such as a spot on the guest list or an invite to the after party. Although it's not much, social capital in this situation can grant advantages within the social space that aren't usually accessible to normal people. Now going into our conclusion. This study highlights how nightlife collectives like Sado and Danzo profoundly influence societal norms, identity exploration, and community building. These spaces go beyond traditional nightlife roles by celebrating diverse identities and prioritizing collective empowerment over conventional power structures. Furthermore, The transition from SADO to Danza Organica demonstrates a commitment to safe, inclusive spaces and the ability of such collectives to address challenges while maintaining core values. This enhances our understanding of Metro Manila's nightlife and urges a rethinking of urban leisure spaces globally as drivers of inclusivity and social change. Last but not least, this thesis reflects a deeply personal exploration of Metro Manila's nightlife, transcending academic study as the researchers engaged with spaces like Sado and Danzo. This work is not only an academic contribution, but also a personal narrative that highlights the importance of inclusivity, safe spaces, and authenticity. As we conclude, we recognize the profound impact of our experiences on our growth and the broader implications for societal transformation. Moving forward, we are inspired by the lessons of community strength and the power of embracing our true selves. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Tracy, Miguel, and Lorenzo. Let's ask your panelists for their comments. Let's start with Miss Cherry, fresh from Germany.
Okay. Thank you so much and congratulations to the team for completing this study. And I have seen the progression from the initial proposal stage, and I'm glad you stuck with one organizer instead of many. So I appreciate that. I find it interesting that there was a transition within the group, so that's a key point. But I'd like to group my comments into two. First would be on the data and the methodology, and then another on the theoretical component of your study. Okay? First, in terms of data, what I find lacking in your output was the visuals. This is an ethnographic study, and it's relying just in the current format, it's relying on textual descriptions. I see that you have photos of the events, and it would have been nice when you were crafting your work to include the visual components of it. Like, it was hard for me to imagine what the venues look like because generational gap natin. Hindi ko alam kung ano na bang itsura nung scene ngayon. So, visual data or other forms of data would have been helpful. Even screenshots, and I've seen that you have screenshots of it. It would be nice to include that in your work. In terms of methodology also, I like that there was a reflexive take at the end of it, but the reflexive component was more of a reflection rather than a methodological reflexivity wherein what are your roles? Because you are, and I've mentioned this before, you are three biological males. I don't know what your orientations are, and that's fine, but what was the role of that in your research? Did that influence who you talked to, who welcomed you, how were you welcomed? Because even in the presentation of data, it was lacking in terms of the background of your interlocutor. It didn't include what was their age, what was their background, or you just mentioned that they were patrons or organizers. But I would have understand the contextual information better if those informations would have been present as well. So I have some comments on those presentation of the data part, and I can give them to you in detail much later on. Next, in terms of the theoretical, or sasagot ba muna sila? Or ano ba?
You may now lay out your comments altogether.
Okay, sige. Tuloy ko na. So, on the theoretical framework, Cooley is a bit dated. It's not just a bit, it's really dated. It's fundamental, but it is dated. Okay? And the initial conception that, initial question that I had, why Cooley over Goffman? Because Goffman would have included the setting, the props, the entire picture, which was present in your data, but Cooley doesn't fully capture that. It's really the interaction of the individual. So why did you make that decision to take on this framework instead of the other? And then second, spaces. I don't know if you're talking about physical spaces, social spaces, or virtual spaces. Because that would have been an interesting contribution of your study because the space that the collective provides is a transient space. Diba? Yun sana yung contribution ng study nyo. Kasi bago yung ganong organizing and then moving around to different spaces. So that would have been a key contribution of your work. Second would be the notion of inclusivity. Because I'm sure there's an entrance fee. And even if you say that come as you may, hindi ko alam kung may dress code ba. Bawal ba nakachinelas? Pwede nakachinelas kasi alam ko sa mga events, medyo may strict na ganon. So those kinds of inclusivity, when you mean come as you are, does that mean absolutely as I am or but with certain guidelines? So that's a notion that I could have been provided in the ethnographic details. And the gap in terms of the selection of framework is that symbolic interactionist is very micro, but you're looking at societal change, which is very macro. How are you going to make that connection with the data that you have provided? How do you operationalize when you say that societal change was made? What are you observing? What are you going to measure with that? And siguro, finally, it seemed like the collective is very ideal in its portrayal. No hierarchy, no conflict. But I think there's a very big conflict that was present in the organization that influenced that shift from sadomaso to danza organica. So maybe that's something that could be further fleshed out, no? So yun, ultimately, a return to the research question. So, how does the collective and the spaces that they make create and influence societal change? Medyo may mga konting gaps pa na hahanapin ko dun, or hinahanap ko. So, yun. Sorry, last na lang. And I see that your work has so much potential in contribution to nightlife, because nightlife explorations before were focused on sex work, on illicit activities, but your contribution on the transformation of space, transient spaces, so much potential. So, last na lang talaga, promise. Yung kay Pura Luca, hindi ko na-gets kung bakit yun yung example nyo simula proposal, pero nung hinahanap ko na sa discussion, medyo missing. So yung gender dimension, yun lang. Salamat.
Any response? Okay. We have daming comments, so maybe we'll go. So us making painting a picture about the settings, I think that's on our part of writing the paper because we really have a lot of journal entries during our ethnography, but we chose not to add them sa paper. Maybe that was a mistake.
We've added some details, pero due to nga yung time constraints here, we we went through multiple revisions of yung script namin today because maraming ang na-lose na details. We actually wanted to expound more on the setting. Pero ayun nga, due to yung time constraints nga, we weren't able to manage our time that well. But
not just settings, I think they wanted to really see what we were seeing, and that's present in our journal.
Yes, it's present in our ano.
Add them in our paper.
It's more on like an integration na lang with yung mga theories namin, so to say, with what we've done dun sa paper. Pero yes, mix.
And then for I think for your second comment, I think you were looking for our positionality, which we also did not include in our paper.
It's part of our paper, but not part of the presentation. Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. It is, yeah. And for the theoretical component for Cooley, why didn't we?
For me personally, when we were starting off this research or thesis, and we were thinking about self and social identity, like the formation of identity, Cooley was still very fresh into our heads because this is what we had studied like around the same semester. So we were thinking like this would be perfect to like use for the thesis. That's why we use Cooley. In terms of inclusivity also, you mentioned that how can it be inclusive to everyone when there's a entrance fee? I guess that is true, like, but aside from the entrance fee, I would say from my own experience, it's really come as you are because after going there like 3 or 4 times, like I've seen the craziest things, like I'd be dancing and then I look to my right and I can see a guy like literally like in his underwear, maybe dancing like shirt off, and nobody cares. It's like people just really mind themselves and appreciate what they're seeing around them in the space.
I think you mentioned about the entrance fee. We asked one of the co-founders about that, and sometimes they actually lose money. They actually the space really focuses on trying to give a platform to DJs and really trying to share their love of music. And yun nga, sometimes they lose money in their events. And okay, how does the collective influence societal change? Pura Luca, can you?
So with the Pura Luca incident, we kind of just used it as an example for our conceptual framework. Like, yeah, and like the Pura Luca incident actually happened during one of the Sadomaso disco events, which made it which made it make more sense for us to put it in there. So yeah, and then going into you also had a question of why like we didn't bring up gender too much. We did bring it up in the paper, but a reason why we didn't focus on it too much is because, like we said earlier, the space is very egalitarian. So no matter what gender you are, what social status you are, it's like you're equal with everyone else that's there. So your social status or gender doesn't really make you different. Wait, one more. And then you had a question about us saying there was no conflict in the organization when in fact there was. I would say it's more of an exception than the rule. Because Sadomaso Disco, like I think you mentioned earlier that the space became more inclusive after what happened with the co-founder, which was not the case actually. When Sadomaso Disco was started, that was already their plan was to like promote inclusivity and create a safe space. But it just so happens that one of the co-founders didn't follow the tenets of their own event. So yeah, I would say, like I said earlier, there is no social hierarchy. And in terms of conflict, it's more of an exception than the rule since it's very one-off, these type of, instances.
I think those are all the comments. So.
Right. Thank you. Dr. Anjo.
So, yeah, this is a very intriguing work because, it goes against the grain. You know what I mean? Right. So let's start with your ethnographic materials. You're talking about nightlife in Metro Manila. And this is, as you claim, an emerging kind of space that is transient, as Cherry would describe it. And, that's I think, a direction that we want to pursue. Plus, okay, I think comparing this space with, the general pattern of nightlife spaces in Metro Manila is important. You mentioned it in the beginning, but this assumption has to be substantiated with your own observations, because the specific finding in your study is magnificent. In fact, that's actually your argument, okay? That there is a deliberate attempt to create, safe spaces. Okay, because it's there already in your data. It's something that is codified, right? And when the code is transgressed, there is prohibition. You know what I mean? So that was actually the conflict in your ethnography, okay? And this conflict is really productive to explore because it precisely articulates this deliberate attempt to create such a space, all right? So the theoretical direction, I think, is in the creation of these transient safe spaces. So it's not about coolie, Your thesis is about, space, right? The creation of spaces in Metro Manila that are, in some sense, normative, all right? So let us explore then this idea of normativity, because the conflict highlights normativity, right? Power is, exercised through, the actors in that space, diba? And when they enact the norms, right? So that particular dynamic, I think, needs to be highlighted, because exactly what is happening here, if we're going to even be more critical about your work, is, the creation of such spaces by a group of people. And who are this group of people? You mentioned they come from different, backgrounds, but they do, that's something that you need to elaborate or to substantiate in your ethnography. So we're practically looking for these kinds of people who come as they are, Right. And looking at their costumes, a bandana, maybe that bandana can be an ordinary bandana, but it could be some fancy kind of piece of clothing from a very expensive store, Right, because you can wear a bandana, but it has to be some kind of bandana, right? Since fashion is also one indicator of the actors of that space, and we want to know more about what codes do these, clothing communicate, all right? And then my third comment, I think, has something to do with, of course, the Safe Space Act. So my question is, do you think this is a product of the Safe Space Act? In other words, Risa Hontiveros would be very happy that, there's deliberate attempt for the citizens to actually enact the Safe Space Act.
So starting off with your last question about how, did the Safe Space Act, what do you call this, start the whole event, or was that the basis of why they made it? After getting to interview one of the co-founders, which we will call Jordan, he's the one without sexual harassment cases. He mentioned that the reason why they started this event was because they were tired of what they saw in the normal scene, like poblacion, like where you can go to clubs, and it's not really about the music, but more about taking pictures and posting it on Instagram. They wanted to make a space where people could freely dance and be themselves, and at the same time be exposed to new music by DJs. So that was the basis of the creation of the event.
And then, Doc Anjo, regarding what you said about how people express themselves through clothing, I've written in the in the analysis segment of the under the self-identity portion that people really do dress. People really do come as they are, and they dress according to what gender they identify with. So you will see clothing is also a reflection of who they are. Like it's how do I say this? It's like bringing the inside out, so to say, and they really wear what they really want to. Like, yes, sometimes they really take off their clothes during dancing. And not only because it's hot, but they really feel very free in the space. And in addition to that, with their bodily language, you could see these patrons really just dancing whatever move, because there's no really specified style of dancing in this space, because people, it seems like they're acting intuitively to the music, to the beat. They were just following it, so to say. And yes, people are just really letting loose as if it's like a cathartic expression. So yes.
And Doc Angelo, for your first comment about us comparing it to the normal events or clubs, we actually wanted to do that in the start, but it's a comparative analysis. I think you wanted us to do a comparative analysis, but we just really didn't have enough time to do that. So.
And I think one of the limitations of our thesis that we want to emphasize is that it's a snapshot ethnography. And so it's like, just a quick picture in a moment in time of what we experience. So it may not reflect what the collective or the event, what am I trying to say here? Yeah, it may not reflect what the collective or event is in a larger scale. Yeah, and also going into who are these people you asked earlier, like you would have wanted us to expound more on that. We would have loved to, we have a lot of field notes, a lot of respondents, but then for the sake of data anonymity, since a lot of these people didn't want to be named, that's why we took out the names.
Yeah, not exactly who. When we say who ethnographically, it's really, a particular type. This concept of type in sociology, right? So what type of people are they in terms of social class? And that would even, give birth to a question, what's their taste? So in other words, the big elephant in the room is class. Is this a new articulation of class spaces in Metro Manila that is characterized by a certain kind of normativity? And this normativity is evidenced by the conflict, okay, that was included, okay, in the narrative, okay, and also by the very nature, precisely, of the code, okay, that is at work in such spaces. Yeah. So in other words, we're really pushing you to acknowledge, how these spaces are really created through these kinds of norms, because it's really a creation of a new kind of space. And so, what do we want this space to be? And now here we circle back to what is really the usual space in the nightlife, and you said the poblacion is typical of that. So you don't really have to immerse yourself in poblacion because everyone knows what poblacion is. You just need to sort of, again, treat it as a certain kind of type. And your case study would be a kind of counter to this stereotypical space in Metro Manila's nightlife. And what is then the significance of these counter spaces with this kind of norm? I think that's really where your study is heading. And oh my God, kaya nga sabi ko, the finding is really there. So we must articulate it. And well, there you are.
Any response from you? Are you good with it?
we'd just like to say thank you again for your comments. And we will do more research on ayun nga, the gaps in our findings. So yes, thank you again.
All right. Thank you, Group 4. So, thank you so much for the wonderful exchange this morning. We hope to see you for the afternoon session. The afternoon session will start at around 1:45. So congratulations to our presenters, to the supervisors, to the panelists and reviewers. We appreciate your effort and expertise. We are inviting at this point our panelists, reviewers, supervisors, and guests to a lunch at the DSA faculty. Thank you, everyone.
We're being honest, like, medyo lacking yung analysis namin with the aspect of power. Pero and then this happened, so it's like a blessing.
Yeah, kind of added a dimension.
Yeah,
it proves the norm. Kasi it's in moments like this.
Informal announcement po, there's food outside, yung present namin putot laksa. And you're all invited to give it a try. So, yay! Kain po tayo sa labas.